Can you hear me, Aaron?
I can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. Are we the only two ones?
No, there's quite a number of people on.
Okay. That's good.
Give folks a few more minutes here.
Steve Schwartz reporting in.
We see you. Thank you.
There was a name, Will King, on when I was checking in. Who's Will King?
That's our AV contractor.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started. Good morning. I'm Aaron Yao. I'm the designated federal officer, the DFO for the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. In my role as DFO, I'd like to formally open this public meeting. The CASAC is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The CASAC is empowered under the Clean Air Act to provide independent advice to the EPA administrator on the scientific and technical bases for EPA's national ambient air quality standards. FACA and EPA policy require that CASAC meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register and that substantive deliberations and interactions with the EPA and the public be conducted in open sessions where DFO is present to ensure that the requirements of FACA are met. FACA also requires that public meetings provide an opportunity for public comment. There is a public comment period noted on the agenda where members of the public registered in advance to present oral public comments. Written public comments have also been received and have been sent to the chartered CASAC, the CASAC panel, and posted on the meeting webpage. Minutes will be prepared to summarize discussions and action items in accordance with the requirements of FACA. I will work with the chair to certify the minutes and have them posted on the CASAC website. The CASAC consists of special government employees appointed by EPA to their positions. As government employees, the members are subject to all applicable ethics laws and implementing regulations. The SAB staff office has determined that advisors participating in this meeting have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of a loss of impartiality relating to the topic of this meeting. To those watching the live video webcast, please send me an email indicating your attendance. If you had previously requested a call-in number, you do not need to email me again. I'd now like to turn the meeting over to Dr. Leanne Shepard, Chair of the CASAC.
Thank you, Aaron, and welcome to everyone to this meeting of the NOx SOx PM secondary panel for the purpose of deliberating on our consensus comments and letter to the administrator, which we developed after our June discussion of the draft policy assessment. Our goal today is to reach consensus on our draft report. For this reason, members of the charter CASAC who are not also members of the NOx SOx PM secondary panel have joined us today. Given this, I will invite everyone to introduce themselves. After that, I will turn this meeting back over to Aaron Yao to run the public comment session. Then I will review the agenda and provide some additional introductory remarks that I will hope will help us navigate this consensus meeting as effectively as possible. Turning now to introductions, I will call on members, first from the panel roster in alphabetical order, and then there are some charter CASAC members on the panel, and I will note that when I invite them to introduce themselves. Then I will go through the list of charter CASAC members and invite those not on the panel to introduce themselves. I now turn, so starting with that, I'll introduce myself first. I'm Leanne Shepard. I'm a Roman Haas Professor of Public Health Sciences at the University of Washington School of Public Health. And first up is Praveen Kumar.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Praveen, as Leanne mentioned, and I'm a member of the CASAC panel, this panel, and I'm an independent consultant retired from working at a number of NGOs in the Northeast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Chartered CASAC member Jim Boylan.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Jim Boylan, Chief of the Air Protection Branch at Georgia EPD. I have a background in ambient monitoring, regulatory air quality modeling, emissions inventory, and implementation of the NACs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Doug Burns.
Good morning, I'm Doug Burns. I am a hydrologist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Troy, New York.
Thank you. And next up is Lorraine Chestnut.
Good morning. I'm an economist specializing in environmental and natural resource economics and particularly valuation of non-market resources. And I'm in Colorado.
Thank you. Next up is Charter CASAC member Judy Chow.
Hi, I'm Judy Chow, my research professor in the Division of Atmospheric Sciences of Denver Research Institute, part of Nevada System Higher Education. And my research interest has been on network design, ambient measurement, chemical speciation, data analysis, and the receptor modeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Charlie Driscoll.
Good morning, I'm Charlie Driscoll. I'm on the faculty in the Department of Civil Environmental Engineering at Syracuse University, and I'm a member of the CASAC panel.
Thank you. Next up is Yvonne Fernandez.
I'm sorry I was late. I was all by myself on Teams. I'm Ivan Fernandez, the University of Maine, School of Forest Resources Climate Change Institute. I'm on the CASAC panel. I'm a soil scientist and biogeochemist. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Frank Gilliam.
Yes, I'm Frank Gilliam. I'm a member of the panel. I'm a forest ecologist, nitrogen biogeochemist at the University of West Florida here in Pensacola.
Thank you. Davin Hens. Is Davin here yet?
Hi, my name is Davin Hensey. I'm in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Colorado in Boulder. My area of expertise is pollutant, fate, and transport. And I apologize in advance for needing to step off here in about 10 minutes as I have to go teach class. So I'll be on the call when I am available today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Haworth. Bob, I think, was going to arrive late, so he may not be here yet. Donna Kensky is not available. Bill McDowell.
Hi, Bill McDowell. I'm a retired professor of environmental science from the University of New Hampshire and currently a research professor at the University of New Hampshire and at Florida International University. My area of specialization is understanding the biogeochemistry of lakes and rivers, especially in forested and urban areas. Thanks.
Thank you. Hans Perot.
Hi, this is Hans. I'm over here in Beaufort, North Carolina, part of UNC Chapel Hill Institute of Marine Sciences. I am a panel member, and I'm interested in nutrient impacts on primary production and the water quality in the freshwater to marine continuum.
Thank you. Rich Poirot.
Hi, I'm Rich Perot. I'm retired formerly with the State of Vermont Air Quality and Climate Program, and I'm a member of the CASAC panel.
Thank you. Charter CASAC member Alexandra Panet-Gonzalez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alexandra Panet-Gonzalez. I am an associate professor in the Department of City and Metropolitan Planning and also curator of urban ecology at the Natural History Museum, both at the University of Utah.
Thank you. Stephen Schwartz.
Yes, good morning. I'm Stephen Schwartz. I'm at Brookhaven National Laboratory, emeritus. I'm in the Department of Environmental and Climate Sciences and also adjunct professor at Stony Brook University in the School of Atmospheric and Marine Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Weathers. Okay, I don't see that she's on right now. Moving on to chartered CASAC members who aren't on the panel. Michelle Bell, I didn't see her yet. So, Oh, there you are.
Oh, I'm here. Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Bell. I'm at the Yale School of the Environment with secondary appointments at the Jackson School for Global Affairs, the School of Public Health, and the Environmental Engineering program. And I primarily work on environmental health, including issues of air pollution, very relevant to our discussion today.
Thank you. Mark Frampton. Is Mark here yet? All right, and Christina Fuller.
Good morning. My name is Christina Fuller. I'm an associate professor in the College of Engineering at the University of Georgia in Athens, Georgia. I specialize in air pollution, exposure science, epidemiology, and also environmental justice.
Thank you. Is there anyone I missed or skipped over who joined late? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Aaron Yao to run the public comment session. And then after that, I'll make some introductory comments.
Okay, yes. So we have 3 public commenters this morning. You will present in the order of the list of registered public speakers. Each of you will have 5 minutes. There will be a visible and audible timer. So let me get that ready. Okay, so our first speaker will be Roger Rosentreter from Boise State University.
Good morning. Thanks for listening to these comments. I've worked on ecology of lichens over the years and have been to many of the places that this diverse group is coming from. I mostly wanted to talk about, why lichens are such good indicators for forest health. And a lot of times lichens are the kind of canary in the mine in the forest of changes. If something like air pollution changes, then you get changes in the lichen composition, species, that sort of thing. And they're such good indicators because unlike vascular plants, they don't have a waxy membrane, and so they absorb deposition. And they're really, they're good. They're high sensitivity to both nitrogen, excess nitrogen, and sulfur dioxide. They're an excellent backup to instrumentation, and they're used all through Europe, many other parts of the world as indicators for air pollution. So I want to encourage, kind of the use of the secondary standard because of this lichen physiology. These factors, they absorb these nutrients out of the air really well, and basically are good indicators. So I mostly wanted to encourage this group to maybe set stronger secondary standards relative to their overall standards, and to utilize lichens and support the continual use of lichen standards throughout forested areas of Western North America. And thank you for that, your time.
Thank you for your comments, Roger. Does anyone on the panel have any, or on the Charter KSAC have any questions or comments for Roger? Okay, hearing none, I'll turn the meeting back over to Aaron to introduce our next speaker, and thank you. Oh, wait, Stephen Schwartz raised his hand. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a question for Roger, if that's permitted.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is whether at the present time and based on observations, whether your lichens serving as the canary in the coal mine have given us any indication of concern at the present levels of exposure?
The lichen data, is lichen community data. There's over 8,000 sites done for forest health, and they've been very good indicators of local air pollution sources. And a lot of this is, pretty well published literature.
Yeah. So therefore, can you tell the panel and the EPA whether, based on these studies, at levels that are consonant with the proposed standards, whether those proposed standards are too high relative to indication of damage from exposure at that level of standard?
It's kind of a site-specific answer to that question, but generally they reflect pretty well. So I think the current standards are fairly good, but they could be stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you. Praveen, it looks like you're trying to raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question, Roger. Thank you first for your presentation, but quick question. Lichens, are they found everywhere in the United States? Which part of the country lichens are predominant? I don't know, so I would ask you.
The lichens are pretty much universal. And, I've worked a lot on these field surveys. And for example, you can go to Central Park and get only 2 species of lichen because of air pollution. And yet you go to the far end of Long Island and you can have 20 to 40 species. So it's the species composition, the whole lichen community that changes. And we know which species are sensitive to nitrogen, which species are sensitive to sulfur dioxide. So they're quite good indicators.
Okay, thank you. I think we should move on to our next speaker. Aaron, do you want to introduce our next speaker? And thank you for your comments, Roger.
Thank you.
Yes, our next speaker will be Georgia Murray with the Appalachian Mountain Club.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Georgia Murray, staff scientist for the Appalachian Mountain Club. We have 100,000 members and supporters who embrace our mission of fostering protection, enjoyment, and understanding of the outdoors. Our members value healthy forests, clean air, clean water, and healthy wildlife. During the pandemic, the value of the outdoor world became very clear, with increased visitation of trails and increases in citizen science outside. The AMC appreciates the work of this panel to advise EPA on the importance of secondary standards to protect public welfare, and especially ecosystems and visibility impacts from nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter. Because of the cumulative and long-term and widespread environmental harms of these pollutants to the public welfare, we urge CASAC to address the following topics. CASAC should emphasize the cumulative impacts of ecosystems. To ecosystems. The 2020 ISA identified 40 causal effects from sulfur nitrogen deposition across 6 scales and impacting 4 major ecosystem types. As CASAC advises EPA, we urge that you continue to emphasize the cumulative ecological impacts of these pollutants have on our natural environment, asking EPA to include language where appropriate in the PA to reflect this. The NAC setting process should evaluate pollutant levels and harms holistically rather than in isolation. At the very least, the PA should discuss how a standard based on one factor, such as acidification, may help to address other identified causal impacts. This may be especially helpful to the administrator in their capacity to evaluate ranges for the potential standards and understand if there are added benefits to one end of the range versus another. We also agree with the CASAC members who have talked about scientific certainties are just as important as uncertainties. Understanding and presenting both in the policy assessment and how they impact a standard selection is particularly important to provide the administrator so that they can make the most informed decision in proposing a rule. We strongly agree with CASAC's position to set both an annual and 24-hour standard for particulate matter 2.5. We support the CASAC panel suggesting a range of 6 to 10 microgram per meter cubed for the secondary standard. And at this level, it would keep the sulfur deposition below 5 kilograms of sulfur per hectare per year and nitrogen to below 10 kilogram per hectare per year as related to both measured and modeled results. Regarding the 24-hour, visibility impacts are within the purview of this review, and we urge CASACs to call on EPA to include all previous visibility impacts from past reviews to include in this PA. We provide more comments on visibility and ecosystem services in our detailed comments. We agree with CASACs that the current annual and 24-hour standards are not protective. We believe that a total PM 2.5 concentration of 25 micrograms per meter cube would be an improvement for visibility. We are in strong agreement with CASACs that ammonium should be addressed in this NAAQS review and included in critical load targets reductions for nitrogen deposition. Ammonium deposition may be an especially large portion of nitrogen entering montane ecosystems and headwaters of watersheds. And the shift to more reduced nitrogen and hence more available nitrogen may result in different impacts to than nitrate loading. With regards to CASAC members who think deposition should be the indicator and that it is scientifically more direct, we agree, and it eliminates the variation in meteorology, surface interception, and physical components. As was raised by CASAC, we agree that there is a value in discussing further with EPA whether a standard can be based on deposition. Section 109, the term level of air quality, may provide EPA and the administrator with some leeway. And in Section 108, indicates that in setting the NAAQS, EPA should examine the broad array of factors that affect what impacts the pollutants at issue has on the public welfare. We also agree with CASAC that the ambient level can include pollution carried in the air that is deposited and does not necessarily need to be suspended high in the air. Ambient air means that portion of the atmosphere external to buildings to which the general public has access. Finally, CASAC should push EPA to better characterize ecosystem services. We agree with the NPS position in their June 2020 comments. And I did comments earlier that Mr. Yao did distribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Are there any members of the panel who wish to comment or ask questions of Georgia Murray? Okay. Praveen?
Yeah, thank you for the late question. But here, Georgia, quick question. Why do you think air quality includes in it deposition? And I ask you because the way it's set up NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So air quality is built into this NAAQS business. And what do you think the big argument you would make that that does include what falls to the ground?
I think because the definition of ambient air is not restricted to what is suspended in the air. If you look at a definition from section 40 CFR 50.1E, ambient air means the portion of the atmosphere to which the general public has access, which could include things that are deposited. So, you know, in section 109, I think the level of air quality could be interpreted in a certain way. So yes, we've done it a certain way up till now. Does that mean that there are not pieces of the Clean Air Act that could be interpreted differently by this administration?
The question, I know historically, and I was in the previous panel, EPA historically has always said, air quality means just that. Air quality does not mean deposition. I mean, I know what you're saying, and I have my own ideas, but how do you convince an EPA that NACs, the way it's set up, the words themselves, would include not just what's in the air, but also what falls from the air as deposition? I mean, I agree with you, but I just don't know how to make strong arguments.
I think that there is definitely some people that need to help with the legal terms. And I know that EPA has historically taken a certain position. I guess it's, the role of KSAC presenting that scientifically deposition is the best indicator to relate to actual harm has, I think, a lot of power because the NACs is supposed to be based on science. That is the basis of setting the NACs. So continuing to tell EPA whether they're going to change the ruling or not is a whole nother ball of wax. But I think that if KSACs can continue to advocate for the best science interpretation of addressing, the purpose of the NACs is to resolve the harms to the ecosystems. And if that is better done with a deposition metric, then that is what the science is saying. And that's the best. I mean, that's where I would urge KSAC to come out strong, because yes, EPA is going to interpret that. But if you have the basis of that in this document from your advice, I think that's the best that can move forward. So whether you can convince EPA or not, maybe isn't the question. The question is, what is the best science that the panel can put forward for EPA to consider?
It seems to me then the strongest argument is going to be made based on the effects, ecosystem effects, and what causes those effects. And what causes those effects is deposition, not ambient air quality.
Right. If we're trying to solve the harm to the public welfare, then we have to start there and go backwards. And that was tried with the AAI, the acidification index. So I thought they were getting a lot closer, but this time we're doing it a little different. But I think that there's still a huge amount of value in the KSAC panel saying what the science.
I mean, I do show my gray hair. I was part of that panel, so
Yeah,
we gone through that over many years.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
very much for your comments. That was helpful. I'll turn it back over to Aaron for our remaining speaker to introduce our remaining speaker.
Okay, our last speaker will be Linda Geiser with USDA Forest Service.
Before we start, may I just share my screen? I have a presentation that I want to talk through.
Yes, go ahead.
I needed just a second to figure out how to do that. Oh, you cannot start screen sharing while the other participant is sharing. I think you need to stop showing me my black and white screen, and I need to try again. So Andrew, can you stop sharing so that I can share?
Okay, try now.
Okay. Looks like that's going to work. Okay. So my name is Linda Geiser, and I am the National Program Leader for the U.S. Forest Service Air Program, the current chair of the NADP Executive Committee as well, and I'm speaking today as a subject matter expert. And I just want to start by saying that I feel like the KSAC Committee draft report very well articulates the strengths and weaknesses of the NOx SOx policy assessment. And it's really up to EPA to decide what to do, what there's time to do, what the priorities are, the implications and so forth of the different recommendations. So in contemplating what was already been said, I'm trying to think about what could I bring to this discussion. And I realized that I have a unique perspective in having spent decades out in the field studying sensitive organisms. And I want to bring some real life examples into this discussion from a recent visit this past month to the James River Face Wilderness, which is in the Appalachian Mountains in Virginia. And let me start by talking about the improvements that we've seen. There's an NADP monitor there, and it showed that precipitation has increased from 4.6 in 2002 to 5.2 today. Sulfates have decreased from nearly 14 kilograms in 2003 or 4 to 3 kilograms today. Nitrogen deposition has been steady between 3 and 2.5 kilograms. This is all wet deposition. And I just want to go back for a minute to point out that the lichen community critical load is for total sulfur deposition, and it's about 2.7, so lower than the current levels of sulfur deposition. And also the nitrogen deposition, critical load for lichen communities is 1.5. It's total deposition, not wet deposition, which is leaving out dry deposition. So let's take a look at the NADP monitor. I was lured there by Nug Hickman, who has been the operator there since it started in 2002 with the promise of lichens on the NADP monitor, which you can see here, some tolerant species growing. But I think Nug is an illustration of a widespread issue within our agency, other agencies. He's part of the old guard of supervisors and operators who really understand the importance of monitoring and are making it work somehow despite budget modernization in our agency, which has really made continuing funding for operators a difficulty. So at our sites, we went to 14 sites that had been established in the 1990s. In fact, Nug was one of the surveyors. We were excited to see some improvements because of the dramatic decreases in acid deposition. But what we found is that the sites throughout the wilderness are still experiencing an acid deposition problem, most likely related to the frequent fog that occurs in that wilderness that tends to concentrate pollutants. But what you see here are some reddened areas where the lichen thallus has died, some green areas that are healthy, and an example of a healthy lichen here. Here's another example of the speckled shield lichen. A large section, I hope you can see my pointer, a large section has been bleached where the algal layer, again, the most sensitive part, has perished. Lichen is decomposing in situ. On the right here, an example of a healthy lichen. Again, another site, there's very similar, heartbreaking for a lichenologist, sort of like a botanist that goes to this lush green area and finds it's full of invasive species. The trees are covered with lichens, but it's tolerant species that are in poor condition. Things like our pendant and beard lichens, cyanolichens, large leafy foliose lichens are absent, which are endemic to the area, an important forage for mammals, nesting material for birds, and cover for arthropods. So this brings me to the key points, and I cannot see the timer, but these are points that were made in the KSAC report that I think can be illustrated by field visits such as this one, and the need for monitoring network, continuing need for monitoring networks and their value. The fact that fertilizing and acidifying components of deposition, oops, I've got the wrong slide here. I want to talk about the secondary standard in units of deposition would be really helpful, especially one that encompasses ammoniacal nitrogen.
Okay, sorry, your time is up. You can.
Okay, well, you
wrap it
can
up real
see what's on the slides, and basically it just reiterating what the KSAC report has proposed.
Yeah, and if you can send that slide to us, we'll make sure to distribute it and post it on our meeting webpage.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that and for those beautiful slides. It's very interesting. Are there any panel members that have any questions or comments for Linda? Stephen Schwartz.
Yes, thank you for that presentation and for the visuals, which I think are really important in conveying your message. And I'm glad that worked out. Same question as I asked the earlier speaker. Can you speak to the information that you have obtained as to whether the proposed standards are adequate to protect these sensitive species, or whether they're too high or perhaps too stringent?
Oh, thank you for asking me the same question. And I would agree with Roger that if you're just looking at the gaseous elements, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, the standards are protective. But if you look at when those pollutants come out of the atmosphere, if those pollutants were not in the atmosphere, they would not be depositing to the environment and causing harm. They would not be concentrating in fog and causing harm. So what is not protective is the amount of acidity, the amount of nutrients that are coming out of the air because of those pollutants that are harming not only lichens, but changing soil chemistry, lake chemistry, and affecting trees, herbs, aquatic biota. So it's the harm generated from those acidic components and the extra nutrients that are affecting the environment, the deposition. And so what is okay in the air is not okay and not well enough protected when it falls to the ground.
Well, I think what I'm hearing you say is, I mean, the legislation ultimately states is that EPA can regulate the air concentrations. That's their bailiwick. But based on your studies and analyses, those which you're reporting on, I mean, clearly, in some sense, the deposition is proportional to the amount in the air concentration. So if we have to regulate, if we can only regulate air concentration, then the question is, based upon the analyses of the deposition that derives from that air concentration, whether those studies indicate that the air concentration indicated in the standards is sufficient or perhaps not sufficient to protect these species, the mechanism of harm being deposition.
Right. Well, if we weren't experiencing harm from deposition, then we could say that the concentrations in the air are protective. But since we are seeing harm, and it's well established not just with lichens, but with other ecosystem components, then to me it's logical that the amounts in the air are still too high. And what is really needed is either a better crosswalk, how do you convert that, or a deposition standard, a standard that is in units of deposition, or maybe some combination of the both. I think the KSAC report proposes some ideas in that vein.
Well, just to follow up on that, we have a variety of observed concentrations, and some of which are in excess of the proposed standards, some of which are lower. So one does have the possibility of sort of correlating the amount of the amount of deposition, and the air concentration to ascertain whether those proposed concentration standards are sufficiently protective. So I would think that might be a mechanism whereby one could ascertain the adequacy of proposed standards.
Right. So, for example, with lichens critical loads, those are the thresholds for harm. They are equivalent to, for nitrogen, 1.5 kilograms, depending on what metric you use. If you use total species richness, it would be higher. And for sulfur, we have set them at 2.7 kilograms. So the question is, does the current primary standard result in deposition that is under those levels? That would be evidence to me that there's no harm at those levels. So for me, the real question is, how do you convert that deposition standard concentration in the air? I mean, the secondary standard concentration in the air to deposition levels that we know now cause harm. And there are also publications for trees, for surface waters, for herbs, mycorrhizal fungi, and so forth, that give us an idea of what those deposition levels are that are harmful.
Okay, I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but I think that's a mechanism for going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I see two more hands up. Next up is Rich Perot.
Thanks, Linda, for that presentation. I just wanted to then clarify across the various different parks and study areas that you sample, is there clear evidence of adverse effects on lichens in areas which are currently in attainment of the standards for secondary SOx and NOx standards?
Oh, yes, because the areas that are in attainment are, actually cover a big range from very low amounts of deposition to somewhat higher. So the several of the publications for lichens that have been recommended as omitted from, of course, because they were since 2017, published in 2019 and 21, do show maps of the scoring based on lichen community composition in relation to deposition of sulfur containing acidifying compounds, as well as nutrient nitrogen. So you can see a range of effects that are very, very easily observed as correlated with deposition. And so the lowest areas, much of the West, for example, sulfur deposition is quite low, and there are no impacts that are seen, no harm that is seen. The primary harm from acid deposition is occurring and still occurring in the eastern US. But as you can see, even with the great improvements, it's still too high, which is, for me, was disappointing. I was really hoping to see, big improvement. But actually, we have been monitoring now for more than 3 decades within the Forest Service using lichens, and you can see generally over the country a correlation between decreasing sulfur deposition and improving what we call air scores or community-based responses. So I think that they are very well, it's very well established that they're correlated. Clean up the air, you will see improvements. Just need more improvement in some areas, which actually were the worst to begin with.
Gotcha. One additional detail I wanted to ask about, you were emphasizing the importance of fog deposition at your one eastern site we were looking at. And a lot of our discussion has focused on sort of the need for long averaging times as being the right kind of way to consider things. But I was wondering about the opposite end of things. Are you seeing episodic effects from nitrogen or sulfur exposures in your lichens as well?
Yeah, I think that's what we were seeing there. It's a good point. It's kind of mind-boggling because I think on the one hand, the long-term deposition is what affected what species are actually on the site. And then those episodic fog events I think is what's causing those necrotic spots. Lichens are still living, they're reproducing, they're spreading, they're kind of keeping up with the damage, but they're obviously not healthy. And I think that's related to the fog, but the community that is there is related to the long-term deposition. At least that's what we found in other places. Not all places get that much fog. Mhm.
All right, thank you. Frank?
Thank you, Linda. Good seeing you, and excellent summary there. I was interested in I as a associate editor for Journal of Ecology. I handled a manuscript that was fascinating in its scope that looked at Great Britain and the response of not nitrogen fixing algal symbionts versus non. And a really interesting relationship between nitrogen deposition and the response of the nitrogen fixing symbionts. Is there any similar evidence in North America to that?
Well, I would say we have a lot of data, and that the cyanolichens are they're a group of lichens. Most lichens, like all the lichens that we saw in James River Face, are green algal lichens. That means the photobiont is a green algae.
Right.
But there's a group of lichens. I'm saying this for the benefit of the whole committee,
Right.
not you, because I know you know this already. But there are a group of lichens. It's a subset depending on where you are. It might be like 25% of the species. In other places, maybe 10% normally. That are where the primary photobiont, the photosynthesizing partner, is a cyanobacteria.
Right.
Those lichens tend to be very extra sensitive to sulfur deposition, to acid deposition, not just sulfur, but sulfuric acid, nitric acid.
Sure.
On the other hand, they tend to be in a little bit more nutrient-rich environments, just a little bit, not a lot, but because they need more nitrogen, phosphorus, or they need phosphorus for the nitrogen fixing process. So anyway, they're very interesting. You can track their occurrence with deposition as well, with types of depositional pollutants, and they're very widespread. You should be able to find them everywhere, but now they're very diminished in certain places.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see one more hand up. Alex?
Good morning, Dr. Geiser. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to clarify one thing about the lichen community critical load for total N. Were you referring to wet plus dry deposition of inorganic nitrogen?
That's right. We used we related the lichen community response to CMAQ modeled deposition, which for total nitrogen includes actually multiple chemical species.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your comments. I think that concludes our public comment session. So I'm going to move on to some introductory comments. As everyone knows, our agenda is to review and deliberate on our draft report, starting first with the consensus comments, followed by the letter. Once this is complete, the chartered CASAC will vote on approving the report as amended. We have 8 hours to complete this task. Well, actually now it's just a little over 7 because of our long conversation during the public comment period. And I want us all to be aware of that because I want to make sure we get through our task at hand. We have a couple of challenges during this meeting. The first is that we received a correction memo from EPA on July 24th, 2023, with further clarifications to it on July 27th. This document made substantial changes to 6 of the figures in Chapter 6 of the policy assessment. This posed a considerable challenge for members of the CASAC panel. And as we tried to determine how to move forward, we laid out several options to the Chapter 6 and 7 subgroup. These were roughly to press forward and account for the changes in the draft or to extend the review process. To their credit, these panelists stepped up over a very short time frame to modify their advice in our draft report. However, these recommendations have not been deliberated by the full panel yet, Thus, as we move forward today, I want to make sure our approach is clear. We will proceed with reaching consensus about our draft report, as this is our primary goal for this meeting. What remains to be decided is whether we are comfortable making scientifically based recommendations about standards based on the information we have, or whether we will need to ask for a second draft of the policy assessment. While we have already acknowledged that the correction memo was received, after further deliberation, we may decide that we have not had sufficient time to review it, or that the information it provides is still insufficient for us to develop our scientific recommendations about standards. Thus, we may decide to recommend that EPA produce a second draft policy assessment and bring it back to us for review. Currently, our draft report gives EPA latitude about whether or not to develop a second draft policy assessment for our review. Note, however, that due to EPA's court-ordered timeline, it may not be possible for them to bring a second draft policy assessment back to CASAC, regardless of the advice we provide. So my second point has to do with the importance and value of deliberation. The multiple perspectives aired during deliberation help all of us refine our opinions based on deeper collective multidisciplinary understanding, which is the reason the deliberative process is so valuable. I believe that the deliberative process is essential to CASAC reaching collective understanding and consensus. My goal as chair has always been to strive for consensus. It is important that all panel members have the opportunity to air their perspective with the entire panel. In our report, as currently drafted, we have a dissenting opinion included in the Chapter 7 consensus comments. The dissenter was not present at our June meeting, so we kept this perspective in the main part of the draft report to ensure that we have the opportunity to deliberate this perspective as a full panel. It is my sincere hope that with further deliberations, we will be able to reach consensus regarding our scientific recommendations for alternative standards. However, if we are unable to reach consensus, we will follow the newly adopted CASAC procedure for handling dissenting opinions among our members. This policy was adopted by the Charter CASAC at our May 23rd meeting, and is based on the Scientific Advisory Board process for handling dissenting opinions. In brief, the dissenting opinion will be moved to a separate appendix, and the report will reference the appendix. Now we will turn our attention to deliberating on our draft consensus responses. Referring to the line and page numbers printed on the PDF version of that document, we will begin on page 5, the first page of the consensus comments. We will proceed chunk by chunk or page by page, depending on the content in front of us. I ask that panelists only bring up for public deliberation points that need our collective attention. Minor wordsmithing changes can be sent by email to Aaron Yao with a CC to me. I appreciate the contributions of panelists who have already sent in these edits. I'm emphasizing that we don't need to discuss minor word changes in public. That said, I realize there are situations where the change of even a single word can affect the meaning of a sentence or paragraph. I also note there have been a few submitted comments by panelists provided as public comments. We will address these when we reach that place in our report. As needed, Aaron Yao will share his screen to help facilitate our review. I also note that due to panelists' availability, I may skip ahead. My goal is to make sure that we finish the content of chapters 4 through 7 today. If things are going a little bit slowly, I may skip ahead and then we'll come back to whatever we skipped over before moving to the letter. So that said, are there any questions or comments before we begin? Okay, not seeing any hands. I invite you to turn to page 5 of the draft report, and this is the overarching comments on uncertainty. And this takes us from line 5 all the way down to line 2 of page 6. And I ask for individuals to raise their hand if you have something you want to address. And Alexandra, I see you have your hand up.
Thanks, Leanne. Just one clarification. I have the PDF open. Are we referring to the page of the PDF or the page printed at the bottom of each individual?
Yeah, I actually am looking at a Word version of the same document. I'm referring to the page printed at page number printed at the bottom, but I could look and tell
Yes,
you.
it's the page on the bottom.
So would this be, for example, L5?
No,
No, 5.
not a letter.
Just
Just
5.
5. L
Okay.
is for letter.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and it always takes a minute for us all to get oriented. So thank you for asking that question because there's always people that need a little bit of help, having done this a few times lately. Yeah, so this is PDF page 12. Does that help? All right, Jim Boylan.
Yeah, hi. So Mark Franton, I don't know if he joined the call yet or not, but he did have a comment on this page, and I actually wanted to support his comment. It was lines 24 to 26, talking about the precautionary principle that supports more stringent standard for yet to be defined effects. It suggests that accounting for uncertainty should favor the more protective end of a range supported by the current evidence. And Mark, in his comments, said he didn't think the Clean Air Act supported that. I would like to recommend removing that sentence. To me, I need a high degree of certainty that a lower standard will result in meaningful benefits before I would support lowering a standard. So that's just my perspective. So I don't agree with this precautionary principle. And I think according to Mark's comments, although he's not here, I think that's what he put in his written comments.
Yeah, I think Mark's comments were actually to replace it with adequate margin of safety. And I want to note that we want to make sure to stick to scientific advice because the ultimate decision about amount of evidence and how that would affect the standard is a policy decision that's made by the administrator. And our role is really to provide our scientific advice about the evidence for the standards.
So the adequate margin of safety is clearly for the primary standards. It is not for the secondary standards. There's a different description for secondary standards that does not include adequate margin of safety.
Is there someone from EPA that can help us navigate this? Does Erica or Deidre Murphy want to comment on this?
Deirdre, you're on mute. Do we have OGC on the line?
Yeah, oh, there it went, sorry. No, and Karen's in the room with me also. Sorry, there's a room of us here. It's not just me, and it sounds like Erica's in her office. No, David is not on, but what's been said is correct. As Erica could say as well, the primary standard includes the language adequate margin of safety. The secondary standard has different language associated with it. And Dr. Frampton's comments seem to clearly say he would remove that language. I think that's with regard to the use of the term precautionary, that's not a term that we would use. The decision made by the administrator is for a standard that is requisite, no more than and no less than is required. I don't know if Erica wants to add or if there's anything else.
Well, I was looking for the actual language, which I'm sure that David could quote by heart, but if it would help, we'd be happy to read it to the KSAC.
If you have it.
Yep, it'll be in our chapter 1, yep, of the PA.
So yes, I do have it here. This is section 109 B. Primary standard says national primary ambient air quality standards prescribed under subsection A of the section shall be ambient air quality standards, the attainment and maintenance of which, in the judgment of the administrator, based on criteria and allowing an adequate margin of safety, are requisite to protect the public health. That is the primary standard mention of adequate margin of safety. Secondary standards are defined as any national secondary ambient air quality standard prescribed under subsection A of this section shall specify a level of air quality, the attainment and maintenance of which, in the judgment of the administrator, based on the criteria, is requisite to protect the public welfare from any known or anticipated adverse effects associated with the presence of such pollutant in the ambient air. Again, that's section 109B.
Thank you, Erica. That's helpful. Sounds like we need to figure out whether we're going to remove this sentence completely, or whether we're going to reframe it in terms of addressing the idea of requisite, known, or anticipated, because that anticipated is related to what the sentence is talking about, yet to be identified effects. Praveen, I see your hand up. It's easier for me if you can find your hand raising function, but right now I see your hand up, so don't worry about it right now.
And that's why I'm sure it's here. But quick question then, what Erica just said, the requisite part with respect to secondary standards, it's like a Goldilocks, not too stringent, not too lenient, just the right way. Now, does that language or requisite include in it a precautionary principle, or it does not?
No, I think that's the point. It does not. It does not have those words, and so it's about requisite. Yes.
If I may ask one more clarification here. First paragraph, discussion of uncertainty, line 12 and 13. It says it may not be possible to characterize such uncertainty quantitatively, and goes on to say, but their relative significance could be characterized. I would, just one word, and I'm respectful of what you said, Leanne, not wordsmithing, but I think the key thing here is, I think we should say it may not be always possible to characterize such uncertainty. Quite often it is, so it's not very definitive the way we wrote it, but simply say it may not be always possible, which means sometimes it is possible.
All right, thank you. Bob.
Yes, thank you. I agree, of course, based on what we've just heard, that the language for precautionary principle is not in the Act. Nonetheless, it seems to me that use of precautionary principle is a scientific judgment, and what we're stating is that in order to be adequately protective, one should be precautionary. And so I would favor keeping the language more or less as it is, maybe fine-tuning a little bit, but I certainly would not favor removing it at the moment. Thank you.
All right, so we'll have to figure out how to navigate this so that we're not making a statement that seems like it's completely inconsistent with the Clean Air Act, but does make the point. Jim.
Can we come back to this when Mark Hampton, when he joins the call, because I'd like to hear his perspective since he's the one who wrote the original comment.
Yeah, sure. And we'll flag that for coming back to this one. Anything else about this section? So I was wondering whether there was anything we needed to address with respect to line 32 to 33. It's not clear whether the analyses in chapter 6 go too far beyond the available scientific literature to be reliable for standard setting. The CASAC does not have consensus on this point. And then additional text. I don't know if that's something we're going to need to come back to as well after we deliberate a little bit further on chapter 6, given the number of changes that were made with that memo. And just bringing it to people's attention. Maybe we'll just flag this for coming back to also. Praveen?
Oh, yeah, thank you. One suggestion for all of this letter and consensus report, I think every time we use the word deposition, we should always say atmospheric deposition. I mean, that's the way I always think. Deposition can mean a lot of other things, but here we are talking atmospheric deposition. So the word atmospheric appears every time before the word deposition for clarity of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, okay, we'll make sure to make that change. Okay, moving on to wait a minute, Alex.
I just want to throw something out there before it goes away from my mind. That last sentence, other members think that the results of the EPA analyses are strong enough to inform the standard setting process. I think the language is more along the lines of useful. I don't think after the memos came back, the corrected memo, that strong enough would be appropriate wording. So maybe just flagging that language there and we can revisit that later. See what people think.
All right, that's helpful also. All right, so moving on to the next page, we're on to the section overarching comments on deposition-based standards. That's line 5 through 25 on page 6. And we'll make sure, Praveen, that we add the word atmospheric. Any comments or edits to this overarching comments section? Praveen?
Yeah, sorry, I keep on taking a lot of space here, but quick thing, language on line 17, he says wording level of air quality is sufficiently vague. That got my concern. That's the difficulty. The language level of air quality, I don't think is sufficiently vague. I mean, it's written here. That's why if you're trying to defend standard based on deposition, we should be more clear with the discussion we just had. It's the effects are caused by deposition, not by air quality, but not to say that wording level of air quality is sufficiently vague. I mean, that's been the argument for the last many years, that EPA's argument that it's not sufficiently vague. To them, it seems to be very, very clear. And that's why we keep on going back and forth between, how to justify deposition standards. I think it's based on the effects. And then one thing we haven't said, and Rich and I had some discussion, Rich Perot, maybe we need to make an argument that now in 2023, deposition, wet and dry together through NADP efforts, what they call TDEP, total deposition, combination of monitoring and modeling and 4-kilometer grid and getting a good idea what the deposition levels are across the US. I mean, that's the argument we need to make, not to say that language is sufficiently vague. I mean, that's my problem. I think it's not vague. That's why we are having this struggle. That's all.
Okay, do you, well, thank you. And I'm going to move to Bob next, but one of the things that would be most helpful and recognizing that we only have another 7 hours to deliberate is not just to make a point, but to provide a suggestion on what we're going to do to change our report, because otherwise it'll be a long 8 hours and we won't finish the job. So if you have a specific suggestion on how to address that, that would be really helpful. And I won't put you on the spot to do that now, Bob.
Yeah, a specific suggestion is that we substitute for vague, broad. The language is sufficiently broad to encompass what we want. I think vague is a sort of a value-laden term that can cause us trouble.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That's the example of a single word that is more than just wordsmithing. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Bob.
Praveen, I didn't catch that. You're muted.
I wanted to thank Bob for coming with a better word in English language. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are we ready to move on to chapter 1? Chapter 1 starts on page 6, line 28. And I think we can go all the way through to the end of that. So that would be page 7, line 26. There were a couple comments from Mark Frampton here that we should address. So the first one was starting on line 44 of page 6. And Mark said he had a specific edit to replace this sentence that starts on line 44 and ends on the next page on line 2. As further context for this review, the acid rain program under the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments should be described. This program was motivated by the recognition of the harm caused by acid deposition. That recognition has helped reduce precursor emissions, especially SO2. Okay, Jim.
Yes, so I had lines, page 6, lines 41, 42, there's a sentence that says there should also be direct discussion on how the ecological effects evidence considered in the most recent PM review inform the PM standard recommendation in this review. But I'm not sure what that means, since ecological effects were not part of the most recent PM review. So I don't understand what we're asking for here.
My interpretation of this, and people who worked on this can chime in, my interpretation of this is that there was review of the secondary standards, which was focused on visibility in the most recent PM review, and that should not be ignored in talking about the PM in this document, because they're all welfare effects. They're all relevant to the secondary standard. That's my understanding. We can certainly work on the wording to make that a little clearer.
So it was my understanding that the last PM review focused on welfare effects of visibility, climate, and damage to property, and that ecological effects were reserved for this review. And so, I mean, my understanding is this review focuses on ecological effects of PM, not going back and revisiting the review we already did on visibility and has already been submitted.
Yeah, I think the point of this was to summarize that and to not treat PM is PM, so to not treat this in isolation. I think that was the goal of that sentence.
Okay, well, it says how the ecological effects evidence considered in the most recent PM review. There was no evidence considered. No ecological effects evidence was presented in the last review. It wasn't even discussed.
Well, let's change the word ecological to welfare.
Okay.
that will address your concern, and I think still allows that point to be made.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Thank you. Lori?
Oh, there. Okay. I don't have the numbers with me, but the paragraph about, the line numbers, the paragraph about the acid rain program, I'm fine with the recommended. I think that was a piece from my comments, and I'm fine with the recommended revisions that were provided in I think it was Mark Frampton's comments.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll make that change. Anything? That was it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Mark Frampton also had comments on starting on line 5 of page 7. I think it was the whole paragraph. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. Trying to catch up with. He says it's it's the whole paragraph. It's not quite compatible with the letter. We need to make it clear what our recommendation is. We don't actually want EPA to make their position clearer. We want them to reconsider their position on whether the Clean Air Act allows a deposition-based standard. So we need to make some edits, I think, to this paragraph to address that comment. So is there someone I can ask to take the lead on making an edit to account for this? Lori, are you still have your hand up, or is that did you want to comment on this also?
No, that's just left over.
Okay.
Oh, I think Alex had some additional language that in her comments. Does that go in here?
It potentially. I think the original thought, and Alex can speak for herself, was maybe to put it in chapter 7, but maybe it would fit here. Alex, do you have thoughts on that?
I was thinking chapter 7. I'd have to think about, I think this is, I'm not sure that I have to think about this. I don't know if we're saying we should edit this paragraph or
well, I did
from clarification to recommendation, and I think leaving this paragraph here is important. So right now I'm going to say yes, let's go with chapter 7, but it's a good thing to think about.
Okay, yeah, and so we'll need to. I'm looking for a volunteer to take the lead on some edits to this chapter. And Stephen Schwartz, you had your hand up, but you've taken it down, so I assume you don't have further comments. I'm going to ask the leads of chapter 1 to take the lead on this, and Aaron will probably follow up with you after the meeting just to make it clear what our recommendation is, and make sure that since we come up with this idea of atmospheric deposition as important topic, it comes up multiple times in our report. One of the things that will also be needed is to make sure that that we're consistent throughout the report, and that we're not that the way we refer to it doesn't sort of stomp on a point that we make later. Stephen.
Yeah, I hesitated to make a comment, but I really think I should. This is enormously important in terms of what EPA is allowed to do under the legislation. The statement basically says that because of the Clean Air Act amendments, EPA is permitted or perhaps even mandated to set deposition standards. But if we're going to make that statement, I think we really have to back it up with citation legislation, because it really changes the whole tenor of what EPA is going to try
Yeah,
standard under in this activity.
Yeah, I think we're a scientific advisory panel. We are not lawyers. We need to stick to making scientific advice. So I think we can reframe things so that we keep it with our scientific advice.
I concur in that, and so I'm not sure that all the language that's in this paragraph is really justified.
Okay, so we're going to need to make changes. I don't think we're ready to do it on the fly. We can flag it to come back to tomorrow after people have had a chance to look at it, and that might be helpful. I'm also going to see if the people in the chapter 1 subgroup can help us navigate this. Jim.
Just for clarification, so the deposition standard, is that something that we're asking for EPA to consider in the future review, or to actually consider it in the current review that we're doing to come up with a deposition standard? Because there's really been no evidence really, or that hasn't been discussed. I'm just curious, are we asking for it in this review, or in the next, or in a future review?
Well, it would be nice to ask for it in this review, but I think you're right that we don't have the information presented directly that we are really in a position to do that. So I think that our intent is to ask for it in a future review, and that's what Alex's comments that we will try to figure out where to add in the report say very directly. So it would be nice. I think my sense is that everyone sees that this is of utmost importance. And we had this conversation at our meeting as well, and the legal counsel was there and provided some interpretation as well, which frankly I found hard to understand myself. Sounded like a little bit like, well, we've always done it this way. That was yeah, but I think we all think that it's scientifically the most relevant way to address the problems, but that the evidence isn't there. Okay.
If I can just respond to that, EPA certainly has taken cognizance, great cognizance, of the relationship between atmospheric composition, concentrations, and deposition. So that they really taken great cognizance of the deposition effects through what is asserted to be the only mechanism that they have, which is setting standards for concentrations. So I agree that this might be something in the sense of a recommendation for future reports, but it would really, in some sense, upend the entire approach to the document under review to ask for EPA to set deposition standards at the present time.
All right, thank you. So I think we're ready to move on to chapter 2. So that's on page 7, starting on line 29. How about we go through the end of section 2.1, which ends on page 8, line 12. And I had one question showing my my scientific expertise is not as deep in this area as the rest of the panel members. Is the word cloud water on page 6? Is that what we mean to use that term?
Which page 6 of Are you going backwards?
Excuse me, I said lines, no wonder. Line 6, page 8. I apologize. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, this is an area where I have some expertise. In clouds, nitric acid is virtually entirely present in the cloud water. If obviously if you're not in a cloud, that nitric acid can return to the gas phase. So I'm not quite sure why we have this language here, but it's in some way background information.
Okay, all right, so it's an appropriate term, so that was just my clarification. So let's keep going. Chapter 2, section 2.2 on page 8, lines 14 through 30. And section 2.3, lines 32 through lines 3 of page 9. How about page 9, section 2.4, lines 5 through 33? And I think Jim had something he wanted to say.
Yeah, this is just minor, but I think important. On line 21, we say deposition than PM 2.5 mass. I think we mean total PM 2.5 mass, because where there's total or speciated PM 2.5 mass is important. And I think what we were saying here is deposition than total PM 2.5 mass. So I'd like to recommend adding the word total PM 2 in there.
All right, thank you. Keep going to the end of chapter 2. So anything in chapter 2 that takes us to page 10, line 6. Okay, chapter 3 is on page 10, lines 9 through 37. All right, move on to chapters 4 and 5 combined. And this is a pretty long section and in multiple parts. One of the things that, and I know there's already been some proposal to do this, is whether there's anything that we can do to shorten our consensus comments for this section. And of course, that doesn't mean that the information has to be removed from the report. Anything that gets shortened can always be put in individual comments. And that way it's still provided as part of our report. So starting on page 10, line 40, let's see if we go to the bottom of page 11 for chapters 4 and 5. And there was a comment on line 32 of about toxic blooms in freshwater lakes from Bob Howarth. I don't know if you wanted to speak, Bob. You thought that toxic cyanide bacterial blooms are a bigger issue than eutrophication in freshwater lakes. And so I don't know if we want to change this at all.
Thank you. The comment is for me. I think I had suggested just a small word change or two. I mean, nitrogen's a huge problem for eutrophication in coastal waters. And so it occurs sometimes in fresh waters as well, but phosphorus and nitrogen combined are more so. I think Hans Perot would agree with me on that, perhaps not, but that's my opinion. I think it's what most of the scientific literature says. So as written, I think it overemphasizes the effects of nitrogen on eutrophication in fresh waters as opposed to the marine systems. And on the other hand, nitrogen is a big problem for the toxic blooms in lakes, but that's not necessarily a eutrophication issue. And the example I gave is one of our finger lakes here in New York State, Scandalous, has massive toxic cyanobacteria bloom. It's also a very, very low production lake. It's not eutrophic at all. And EPA listed as one of the half dozen cleanest lakes in the country because it's not eutrophic. So I think separating those two issues is important.
Okay, thank you. And maybe you could work with the lead for this chapter. I think that was Charlie Driscoll.
It is Charlie. Yeah, if others are in agreement.
To incorporate those minor wording changes.
I do think they're minor. Thank you.
Oops. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think that, things are changing in terms of the role of nitrogen in freshwater systems, particularly eutrophic systems that are highly enriched already, where it has been shown that nitrogen can play a it combined with phosphorus can play a role, but also as a single nutrient can be really important in terms of sustaining algal blooms, particularly late in the season. So I would prefer not to dilute the impacts of nitrogen on freshwater systems that way. So, I don't think it hurts to have to emphasize that nitrogen can play a very important role in eutrophication in freshwater systems too, either combined with phosphorus or alone, and it can play a role seasonally as the sole nutrient sustaining eutrophication. A good example would be Lake Erie, Lake Okeechobee, Utah Lake, other lakes that have become more eutrophic. They're loaded up with phosphorus. The phosphorus is not leaving very rapidly from these systems, and so nitrogen becomes the key limiting nutrient, particularly later in the summer when we have these algal blooms.
All right, thank you, Hans. I will ask that you work with Bob and Charlie to make sure that the language reflects both your perspective and Bob's. Okay,
I totally agree with Bob about the marine side of things. We've known that for a long time. There's no issue there, but I would hate to understate the role of nitrogen in freshwater systems.
Yeah, Hans, I agree with you. So we should be able to work that out. All I want to really do is make sure we more strongly emphasize the marine thing, which I think is underemphasized, and also that we separate out the toxic blooms from eutrophication in freshwaters because they're two different events. And the toxic blooms, Lake Ontario would be another example of a low productivity lake where nitrogen seems to be contributing to the harmful algal blooms.
Okay.
All right, thank you for that. And I suggest we keep going. So all the way to the beginning of the preamble of the chapter 4 and 5 sections. So that is page 12 on the bottom of the page of the report of the consensus comments. So all the way through to line 34. And I also see that Charter CASAC member Mark Frampton has joined us. Before we have further discussion about the report, Mark, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. Sorry for being late to the meeting. Mark Frampton from University of Rochester in Rochester, New York, and I'm a chartered member of CASAC. My background is training in pulmonary disease and interest in the health effects of air pollution, including nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. So I'm coming at this report kind of as an outsider, having not participated in these discussions. So I'm learning a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And we did address some of your earlier comments and agreed to come back to them after you get back or join the meeting. So we'll get back to those at some point. But meanwhile, we'll keep going with where we are in chapters 4 and 5 in the report. And Charlie, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So this is mentioned at the beginning of this combined chapter 4 and 5 about a section that we had initially drafted, uncertainty and estimates of ecosystem weathering. And I think one of the things we're going to discuss, I just want to make sure it gets resolved, is I think there was a proposal to eliminate that paragraph. So I just want to alert that we need to discuss that as part of this chapter or section of discussion.
Yeah, and we will, thank you, Charlie. We will get to that. And if there is on these pages 10, 11, and 12, if there's any reference to that we want to edit after we just make the decision on that particular section, then we should also make sure to do that. I don't know that we need to deliberate that. We just want to make the report consistent. So on page 12, I see there was a comment from Mark Frampton on lines 30 through 32, this section, the text that says there are additional considerations in chapters 4 and 5 that will strengthen the PA, including uncertainty and estimates of ecosystem weathering rates. Maybe this is related to Charlie's comment as well, whether there's some edit that we need to make here. Mark wanted to make sure that we were clear about what we were recommending about this uncertainty, but maybe this is something we'll just end up dropping after we decide to drop the weathering rates section. And I'll leave it to Charlie to make sure that we're internally consistent in these two chapters with your colleagues, of course. I'm going to suggest we keep going. We'll start on line 36 of page 12 and maybe go all the way till lines 36 on page 13. And I did see a comment from Mark. It was made public that maybe there's ways that we can think about shortening some of the text in this section. And I think it actually applies to a lot of the combined 4 and 5. If there's some of the text that is, well, it's super interesting, particularly for those of us with little background in it. But if there is, if we're not specifically commenting on changes that should be made to the policy assessment or impacts on the recommended standards, if there's maybe some of this text that could be moved to individual comments. Charlie.
Yeah, in that regard, I think we all would like to see something presented as concisely as possible, but just having a broad statement about eliminating text is not that helpful, because what may be important for one person may not be important for another person. So I think if people can provide specific recommendations, that would be the most constructive path forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. And if we don't get specific suggestions, I think it's okay if our report is long. So, so airing that, but not asking or not providing specific guidance at this point. Mark, you also had a comment about nitrous oxide production on line 42 to 43, page 12.
Yeah, and it's just, it may just be my ignorance, but I wanted to just make sure this was nitrous oxide or N2O that was being referred to and not NO2 or nitrogen dioxide, which is a confusion often made.
Charlie.
Yes, nitrous oxide is potentially a byproduct of nitrogen cycling within soils. It's a greenhouse gas. There's concern about it. So yes, we were specifically talking about nitrous oxide.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep going. Page 13. We're now in section 1.1, lines 38 to 18. Lots of helpful text with a lot of references. How about section 1.2 on page 14? Yvonne, did you want to say something about section 1.1?
Yeah, just very quickly, with respect to, with due respect to your comment about small editorial, but on line 27, page 13, I had inserted my comments to insert the word materials after mineral soil, because a common complication of soil language is a soil individual, a pedon might have both mineral and organic materials. This, I think, is specifically addressing mineral soil materials. And so to me, it was an important edit.
Okay, great. Thank you. Got that. So still looking at page 13, section 1.1, and also section 1.2 on page 14. How about section 1.3 on page 15? That one goes all the way down to line 20 on page 16. How about section 1.4 on page 16 goes all the way through to line 13 on page 19. Any suggested edits? All right, moving on to page 19, the acidification section. So we'll go through to the bottom of page 19, section 2.1. All right, page 20, section 2.2, weathering rates. I know that there are wants to be a discussion about that. Yvonne.
Yeah, hearkening back to the discussion on weathering rates, I think the CASAC had concerns because of the level of uncertainty around weathering rates and the importance of it in predicting and evaluating ecosystem response. However, what we were specifically asking EPA to do was unclear. And so I propose that we eliminate that section since it would require a greater depth of evaluation of more recent literature, which goes back to the age of the ISA concern, and prohibits a clear recommendation to EPA. So the recommendation then would be to eliminate the weathering section. In this section that we're on right now, back on page 19, line 40, is one of the other places, if we were to eliminate weathering, that weathering rates should be removed from that sentence, as well as on page 12 and line 4 of the letter when we eventually get to that. But back to the question, I'm proposing that we eliminate the section. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And Charlie.
Yeah, so I would second that a removal of the weathering section, but I also had another comment. You were moving fairly fast, Leanne.
I know I am moving
I
fast.
couldn't quite do my hand fast enough for you, but I had some concerns on the acidification introductory chapter. I actually wrote this earlier, and you specifically asked me a question about, and my pages and line numbers don't exactly line up with what you're saying, but the paragraph starts with the KSAC wonders whether the quantitative, and you were confused by that, and I recommend, it was a minor point, I recommend that we just delete that paragraph. It's only a few lines, and I think it's not worth bringing up. It was referring back to the previous NOx SOx standard, and I don't think it's necessary to bring that up now, so I would just suggest we delete that in the spirit of clarity.
All right, great. Thank you. We'll do
Just for, I'm sorry, for clarification, that was page 19, lines 33 to 38. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Deidre Murphy.
Yes, sorry. We just had a point of clarification. On page 19, lines 28, 29, there seems to be an assumption that a median critical load was used in the aquatic acidification analysis, and that's not the case. The critical loads were compared to deposition estimates at the site of the critical load and the site of the deposition. So there was not a median critical load used.
Okay, and I'm looking to experts in this area to help us think about how we might want to make that change based on that clarification. First, I'll turn to Charlie. Did you want to say something?
I was just going to say, that was not my impression, but I can go back and look at the document and check that out. It would be, yeah, so I can do that.
And I could, the use of the term median does occur in the chapter and in, for example, in the ecoregions analysis subsection, and it's referring to when we try to relate median deposition levels for an ecoregion to the percent critical load exceedances within that ecoregion. And so that percent is based on, at each site, comparison of the T-dep grid cell deposition to the critical load for the relevant ANC targets. But the term median, when we've used it there, is referring to what was the median deposition across for that ecoregion, just to be able to do the binning that was done in that subsection of the report.
Okay.
Does that help? Yeah.
I can look into that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We'll get that. We'll get that corrected. Thank you for that. And no, we really it's such a voluminous amount of work. It's we really appreciate everyone's efforts to correct anything that we may be saying that's misleading. So appreciate that. Stephen.
Yes, thank you. Just in general, we should avoid language such as the committee was confused by. We should use language such as the draft report is confusing in such and such, or the draft report needs to be clarified in such and such. It's not our fault, it's their fault.
All right, if you could point out, you could always send that because it sounds minor. If you could point out the places where that occurs, we can always look for it too, but that would be helpful if you could.
No, I'm not going to do the search on it. Somebody's got to do the search on it.
All right, we'll look for that kind of stuff. All right, I think we're on to section, and I know I'm moving fast, so feel free to go backwards if we need to at any time. So section 2.3 on page 20 it starts on line 16 and ends on line 11 of page 21. Any changes to that section? How about section 2.4 on line 21, or excuse me, page 21, lines 13 through 35? How about section 3 of this chapter, also on page 21, line 37, goes all the way to page 22, line 33. All right, all the way to the end of chapter 4 and 5. So that would include the general comment, section 4 on line 35 of page 22, all the way to line 7 of page 23. All right, that was a lot of text and we screamed through it. So it's possible we may need to revisit something. Given we're about 2 hours into the meeting and we're about to start a new chapter, which will probably generate a whole lot of discussion, I recommend we take a 5-minute break. So let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back to page 23, line 10. All right, welcome back. Hope people are back. So we are starting now on chapter 6. So this is on page 23, starting on line 10. And maybe we will go until the bullet point section that starts on page 24. So we're going to go to page 24, line 21. See if there's any comments by anyone. All right. Continuing in chapter 6, we'll address the bulleted point section, which starts on page 24, line 23, and goes to page 25, line 35. So Jim, you had a couple of comments on these bullet points.
Yeah, so my first comment is suggesting we add another bullet, and there's a lot of bullets here, but I'm thinking it would fit in nicely at line 12 on page 25, which is, right after the discussion on the fact that there's no chemistry or thermodynamics discussed. Of course, SO2 and NOx has to go through chemistry before they form sulfate and nitrate. And they could be transported long distances, but I didn't think that I thought that point could be added more clearly by adding the bullet, and this is what I proposed. The use of nearby SO2 and NOx monitors to evaluate sulfur and sulfate and nitrate deposition inside the ecoregion may not be appropriate, since the majority of the sulfate and nitrate being deposited is regional in nature and transported from far outside the ecoregion. And then I say this is supported by a lack of correlation when comparing the spatial maps of SO2 emissions, which directly impact the SO2 monitors in figure 2-6, to sulfur deposition in figure 239, and comparing the spatial maps of NOx emissions, which directly impact NO2 monitors in figure 2.3, to nitrogen deposition in figure 2-38. I mean, basically, when you look at the maps, the spatial maps, where you see a hotspot in emissions of SO2 and a hotspot of SO2 concentrations, you do not see a hotspot in sulfate deposition, and same with the NOx and the nitrate. So I thought it was important to point that out because to me, that's a key point in the conceptual model, this whole conceptual model that this is not accounted for. So I was proposing to add that as a new bullet. Wanted to see if others had any thoughts.
Thank you. And it would be helpful to hear if there's any other perspectives on this. This is an opportunity to deliberate on a change. Rich.
Am I back?
Yes.
So I guess I was sort of thinking that there are an awful lot of specific bullets in here. And I think a way to think about it is, do we want to ask EPA to more clearly define and describe the methodology that they've employed here? Or do we want to get really specific about telling them exactly how we think they should redo it? And I guess I feel like this is maybe too high a level of detail to include in a summary letter that, and I tend to come down more on the side of, I just don't think EPA explained what they were doing very well. I couldn't look at it and see ways in which I think they were definitely making terrible mistakes in their approach. So that just to offer a different perspective on that, I think a lower level of detail, might be justified here. I don't think we need to tell them what starting height they should use for their trajectories, for example. I don't think a 10-meter starting height makes any sense at all, especially if we're also recommending they go back 4 days. That's going to be so terrain tortuous. So I just don't think we should tell them exactly how we think they should be doing it, especially since I don't think we understand what they did, but I don't have reasons to be distrustful that they did something terrible.
So Rich, that sounds like you're suggesting more than just not adding Jim's bullet. Sounds to me like you're suggesting maybe wholesale removing these bullets from the consensus report.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of where I was going with that.
You know, and this information could, I mean, individual suggestions could certainly still be in individual comments. And there might be value in preserving some of this in individual comments. So I'd like to hear, and maybe Jim, you want to react to that. People's perspective on maybe just removing all these bullets. And Rich, I'll give you a minute to think about it. If we're going to remove these bullets, maybe we need to craft some alternate text that that addresses your point, and maybe it's already covered. And so we don't need anything else. But if we do remove those bullets, I'm wondering if something should go in its place that might be pretty brief, but would make your point. Jim, did you want to continue to add something?
Yes, I would. So this is a case where there wasn't a model currently available to do what EPA wanted it to do. So they invented their own model. They created their own model from scratch. There was no peer review of this model, and they used it to come up with results. And basically all of the recommendations are hinged on these model results. This is the critical piece of the entire document, and it has no peer review. And what I consider the Case Act doing is peer reviewing the model and the results. And we do need the details. We need to do a detailed peer review and show them, ask the questions and point out where we think the model is flawed, and have them respond to that. So I feel very strongly that the Case Act peer review of the model that's being used to justify all of the recommendations, I think all this has to be in there.
All right, so we have two very different points of view. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I don't think that they really provided us enough information on the methodology for us to be able to conduct a legitimate peer review.
Okay.
So to me, it's a sort of a two-step process. First, they need to be much more clear on exactly what they did, what they did it, why, and so forth, with the details of the procedure. And then I think we could take another look at it.
Yeah, but we may not get another look at this. This is our opportunity to point out things. We likely will not get another look at this.
All right. This is a pretty important point. Praveen, there's a couple people who have their hands up ahead of you, so I'm going to call on them first. Welcome to see if you can figure out the hand raising function while we're doing that. So Stephen, you are next.
Yes, thank you. I partially agree with James on the peer review point, and I partially disagree. Peer review is really supposed to be done by the experts in the trade. That's the modeling community, and compared to other models and compared to measurements. And we are not the community to be doing that. We would in principle then be able to examine the peer-reviewed model, possibly the peer review process could be shared with this committee. But our job and our expertise is really not to review a model. So yes, it needs to be peer reviewed, but we're not the folks to do it.
All right, well, we do need to figure out how to move forward. Thank you for that, Praveen. Okay, you're muted.
Okay, now that I learned how to raise my hands, now I have to learn how to unmute too. Okay, I think what Steve just said, I was going to say, is that our role to peer review? And most probably not, because it takes a lot more. And I also recall in the letter to the administrator, we say something to the effect that EPA should update. I think that's the word we use, EQAM. And I'm not even sure what our recommendation there's going to be, how to update. So I'm trying to bring what was said in the letter to the administrator and the discussion here. I don't claim no expertise in this EQAM, but I do see that it's not our role to peer review.
Yeah, so the letter, just one clarification, the letter, and when we get to it, we'll try to make sure that we've done this. Our letter is meant to summarize our advice in the consensus comments and distill it to the most important main points. So,
and the word there is update. And I was asking myself, I mean, what exactly we would tell them how to update, not just update.
yeah, and presumably this is part of the point, and people can correct me if I'm wrong. This is part of the point of all these bullets is to provide suggestions. Jim.
Yeah, Stephen said that the peer review should be done by experts in the trade. I've been doing air quality modeling for 28 years. I've done area of influence analysis for 20 years. I am an expert in this area. And I mean, a lot of these points came from me. Davin is also an expert in the area. And I know he had to go to class and drop off, but most of the other points came from Davin. And between the two of us who are experts in the area, I mean, this is our peer review of the model. I mean, there's significant flaws with it, and they really need to be pointed out.
Okay, so we have two very different perspectives on the table. One is to, I think, keep this, and the other is to drop this detail, and obviously does not have to be removed entirely from the report. It can go into individual comments. Rich.
Well, I've published a few papers on this general approach myself. So has Donna. And if we're going to get into the specific bullets, I really think it's a bad recommendation to suggest that EPA should use a 10-meter start height for these trajectories. You know, the NOAA's Air Resources Lab, back when they ran the AirMod network of event-based precip chemistry, they used to include a trajectory calculation option as part of accessing the AirMod data to look at any event. They had various ways of starting multiple trajectories over the course of the event. And their heights that they provided were 500, 1,000, and 1,500 meters. You're not trying to aim the air into the bucket on the ground. You're trying to characterize the motion of the air mass through which the precipitation has fallen. So I specifically object to that bullet. I'll feel a lot better. In fact, we just could take that one out, among others.
And which bullet is that? So I can make sure to.
It's the one suggesting that that 500 meters is, which I believe, by the way, would probably be the most common trajectory start height employed for this kind of residence time analysis. Take that bullet out that recommends we start them at 10 meters.
Okay, so that's page 24, lines 43 to 45.
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen.
I don't want to in any way be taken as diminishing the expertise of members of this committee. We're reviewing a report. We're not reviewing a model. there's a very big difference between reviewing a report and reviewing a model. And I would hope that our job is not to review a model, but to review a report.
Okay, not sure exactly how we move forward with respect to that, since the model is summarized in the report. Praveen. You're muted. You're still muted.
Well, I learned one thing and I unlearned the other. So anyway, I was saying, I think we want to be clear, the CASAC role in a situation like that, when we review this big report with all kind of components in it, is that our task to peer review, regardless of the expertise we have? And we do have expertise. So I'm just not clear that's our role. And if it's not, we should be clear. And if we think, yeah, we can peer review along with the rest of it, then it's a committee should think about. And what has been the history of CASAC in a situation like that? Did we say, okay, no peer review done, so we will do it? And we have the expertise, so we can do it. I'm just not clear how do we do this?
Yeah, okay, well, I'm not sure I am either. I'm not sure I'm completely understanding the distinction since the model is summarized in the report. But we clearly have multiple points of view here. Alex.
So I guess I just wanted to add that we did have some back and forth about this, about whether in our consensus responses we wanted to summarize what Rich was explaining was what we felt EPA needed to clarify and justify for us and how the work was conducted. So we went back and forth on whether we wanted just to say these parameters and assumptions need to be discussed. And, you know, of course, we also had the discussion, do the details need to be outlined here? Given that they might be lost in the individual comments, their power. And so what was done here, I just want to add that while Jim is absolutely right that most of these comments are Jim's and then to a lesser degree, I would say Davin's, but also Jim and Davin, and a couple comments from Steve Schwartz and myself and others. These are just a compilation in many ways of all of the individual comments, detailed comments regarding this method. So I guess I would actually like to hear from others as well on, I think that what we're sort of discussing here is the value of including those detailed comments here or not. Splitting them back apart and leaving them in their individual comments. I'm not sure I have the answer to that. I will put forth that originally I was advocating for a summary, sort of the step one, as Rich explained. Step one is what exactly was done. Having that information would be useful, followed by here's a potential suite of detailed recommendations. So I don't know if I have the answer, but I would like to continue to hear from others on the panel about the value of including or excluding these detailed comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to point out the importance of this discussion, because my feeling is, based on everything pointed out, I don't think these model results should be used to make regulatory decision-making. And I believe other people on the panel feel the same way. And we need to justify why we don't think it's appropriate to use this model to determine secondary standards. I mean, that fits right into Chapter 7 when you set the standards, and you know, whether you base your standards based on the assumption that these model results are good and valid, or you don't believe the model results, and so you do a different approach. So I mean, it really is an important piece of the discussion. So
Yeah, thank you. And I see Bob and Charlie have their hands up, and I appreciate that because you all weren't, I don't think, were involved in chapter 6. So I really do welcome another point of view from people other than people who have been engaged in this discussion for a while. So go ahead, Bob. We're not hearing you, but you don't look like you're muted.
How's that?
Yeah, that works.
Like some weird thing going on in my video camera versus my microphone. But anyway, yeah, I had no engagement with chapter 6. I have used the high split model. We use it in our lab. So I'm most of my opinion here is based on the discussion I've been hearing, but I do think it makes sense to have the compilation of these thoughts and criticisms in there. The model is important in the process that EPA has been following, and I think that it's incumbent on us to explain as convincingly as we can what the issues with that are. So I generally favor having the summaries in there. I do think I agree with, I think what Rich said, taking out the one bullet recommending 10 meters is a good idea. But I generally am supportive of the summary.
All right, thank you. That's helpful to have another perspective. Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, so my perspective may be a little simple-minded, but the way I see it is with this modeling analysis, there's no relationship between ambient air concentrations and deposition. To me, that's the bottom line. And that's why I've been pushing for EPA looking into whether or not a deposition-based standard could be put forth. So I think, you know, going through the results, maybe EPA could do something different and magically make ambient concentrations tightly correlated with deposition. I guess I'm skeptical that that's the case, knowing what I know about this phenomenon and the complexity of this. I think having those comments is useful, but I think they could easily be in an appendices where we can provide detailed comments on that. And I think that the bottom line is that the model doesn't work very well and should not be used. And I think we need to make that message loud and clear. And that's why I think we should advocate towards using deposition-based standards.
Okay, and please look and see if there's text in chapter 6 that you would like to strengthen that would reflect that point of view so we can deliberate on that. That would be helpful. If we're going to have, I mean, it may be that we don't end up reaching consensus on this, given what I've heard so far, but we'll see. People's perspectives may change as we continue to discuss this. Stephen.
Yeah, I'm reflecting on the comments that were just made by Charles and a moment earlier by James. We're arguing as to whether or not to use an unpeer-reviewed model in the report. And I think the more fundamental question is whether to use a model, peer-reviewed or not peer-reviewed, in the standard setting basis. And I think that's the more important question. And I rather concur that that's not a good approach to do the standard setting.
Okay, so you would favor not relying on this for the standards. Okay.
I would certainly favor not relying on this model or any model.
Okay, Praveen? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, based on what just Charlie said and also Steve, I want to reemphasize what we are saying in the letter, not here, but we say KSAC recommends that the EPA update, that word bothered me, the EAQM. If there is no hope here with this model, EAQM, then we should not even be asking EPA to update this and then say, bring before us, updated results. I mean, are we going in that direction? I am hearing is that we are not going in that direction.
Yeah, so it sounds like we have multiple points of view. I think I've heard pretty loudly from a couple of people that we shouldn't use this shouldn't be the basis for recommending the standard. And I think based on my reading of the report, some others feel like there's enough information here that we can use it to move forward with some recommended standards. While I think there's clear unanimity that there are problems here and lack of clarity, I don't think there's any question about that. The question is, okay, given that, how can we move forward and how? And this may be a place where we're unable to reach consensus, in which case I think we just need to make sure that we reflect that point of view. If it's a bunch of us that feel both ways, then I think that's a little different than a single dissenting opinion that would go in an appendix. Charlie.
So maybe my read of the plots is different than everybody else's, but I did not see strong relationships between emissions and deposition. I mean, in the earlier versions, there was one plot that was spectacularly strong. I was skeptical that that was correct, and it proved not to be correct. So I don't see how we can have confidence recommending this approach when there's such a poor empirical relationship between emissions and deposition. And as the concentrations get lower and lower, it seems to me that the relationships even deteriorate further. And I wouldn't expect a strong relationships between emissions and deposition. I don't know why we would. I mean, we could hope that that would be the case, but I just can't imagine that would be the case given the complexity of the terrain and the processes involved. So, I mean, that's my perspective. I don't think we want to recommend something that is not very viable and we cannot move forward as an approach for establishing air quality standards with confidence.
Okay, so we're gonna have to figure out where, if this is enough of a perspective, where in the report we address that. So Stephen.
I think there's every reason to expect on a large geographical scale, the relationship between deposition and emission. I think there's no question to that point. The question is how specific and localized you can get. My question right now, are we talking page 25, line 37, once EPA updates? Because I think we should not be asking them to do the updating, because even if they do it, we're just going down a rabbit hole. So I would strike that paragraph and anything that's contingent upon that paragraph.
Okay, so well, that's helpful because it would be really useful to bring our deliberations back to the level of the report. And yeah, so figuring out exactly how to tell EPA to move forward, I think is what we need to be doing. And so you're recommending page 25, line 37 to 40, striking that paragraph. Are you recommending replacing it with anything else? Because it seems like we probably need to provide some kind of advice.
I think the key to the standard setting is the relationship between local concentration and local deposition. I tried to make that point in several overarching comments that I had prepared earlier, which just seemed to have not been accepted by anybody. But I think the question really is whether the current secondary standards are sufficiently protective of the sensitive ecosystems through deposition. And we need an answer to that question from them. Yes, they are protective, or no, they're not. Well, if they're not, then how low do you have to go? And that's what we should be asking those guys to do and not be doing it for them.
Okay, so on the table is a recommendation to strike page 25, lines 37 to 40. And at the moment, there is no recommended alternative text. Doug Burns.
I was just going to say that if you want another opinion, I do agree with what Charlie Driscoll is saying, that regardless of the quality of this model, whether it's been peer reviewed or not, and could it be improved, that the results just are not strong enough as the basis for establishing a secondary standard, which is the point of it all. And I would just say one thing about, using an unpeer reviewed model. The panel last time, those who were on it, if you recall, Rich Sheffy had proposed this aquatic acidification index. It was a different approach, but trying to accomplish the same thing. And at the time, that was not peer reviewed. That was introduced into the report. It eventually did get published, but that was after we had finished our process. And so we have dealt in the past with what essentially amounts to a model that was not peer reviewed. And we did move forward with that at the time, for those who are involved, if you recall that. So I would just sort of add that comment as well.
Okay, that's helpful. It sounds like maybe in addition to, I'm not sure exactly where it would show up in our text, but it sounds like maybe you're also recommending striking that text on page 25, lines 37 to 40.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Jim.
Yeah, going back to page 24, we do say some KSAC members find that the EAQM results are still useful since there are limited analyses available that compare SO2, NO2, and PM design values to S and N deposition values. However, the other KSAC members find that the EAQM results are not scientifically sound and should not be used to inform the secondary standard recommendations. So I guess the question is, I mean, are there still some members of the KSAC that believe that it can be used? And if so, we need to be clear, whether it's all or none. Obviously, I've heard some people say it should be used, and I agree. But if some of the KSAC members think it could be used, that paragraph that you're recommending to delete on page 25, line 37, it could say if EPA updates the EAQM analysis or something like, kind of leave it up to EPA to figure out where to go next. So I guess the question is, are there people on the panel that think that the EAQM can be used for setting secondary standards, or, are we kind of half and half, or I don't know.
Right.
But we do already mention that some think it can be used and some don't think it can be used. So that is already in, that's before the bullets start.
Right, and that's as you were reading that's on page 24, the top of the page, the paragraph that starts on line 1. And
Yes.
yeah, and I also want to acknowledge that Donna Kensky, who I think was the initial lead on this paragraph, is not available. So some of you probably remember her perspective from the meeting and could, as we continue to deliberate, if we're going to end up want to make sure that perspective is represented as well. Rich.
Yeah, so I guess I'm wondering if we might have one of these we're of two minds kind of a bifurcation here. It seems to me what EPA was trying to do with this EAQM approach was to say they felt like they could find a better relationship between air quality and deposition by looking what appears to be just a little bit further upwind of and within the same region for air quality as they were considering deposition. And then we had all kinds of questions of how did they really do this, and it wasn't clearly explained and so on and so forth. But, Jim's point, I think, is that they're not really presenting these relationships without the use of this model in a way that would support developing standards from them. So if we don't think this is a salvageable kind of approach, we don't really have anything to go forward with in that arena. And then that brings us, I think, back to Charlie's perspective of, deposition would make such a better, a better kind of an indicator. And it's something that we don't need to go through this model hocus pocus to get through. So I wonder if we want to maybe think about dividing things up in that way. If we can't use the AQM and we can't relate, that it further weakens our perceived relationship between air quality and deposition if we can't use that. And if we can't use that, then that is another factor in support of a deposition-based approach. On the other hand, maybe EPA can improve this and explain it in a way that would make sense going forward.
Okay, Praveen?
Yes, I was just thinking what Rich just said and Charlie earlier. And my practical question to ourselves and also to EPA, if we said, okay, this EAQM is not salvageable for all kind of things we discussed, then what's left? What I'm hearing from Rich is that we have deposition standards still left to apply, and that may not be a bad thing after all.
Okay, Alex?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that when we get to chapter 7, there are very few pieces of additional evidence as presented in the PA that we can use in the standard setting process. And I'm looking at the table, which I don't know if everyone has access to immediately, showing those revised correlations. And for all ecoregions, there is one modest relationship. And so I tend to agree that we should not use no relationship in the standard setting process, but I did want to highlight there are a few additional pieces of evidence. I don't know if that's enough, frankly, but I guess the question that remains in my mind too is if we agree that the AQM cannot be used in the standard setting process, why are we recommending that the EAQM be redone? And hence, why are we adding all this detailed comment? Why go there? So I guess we kind of need to make that decision, which is there value to asking EPA to redo this analysis or not? And if not, then why have 2 pages of detailed comments? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. Jim and then Charlie.
Well, so I think we need the 2 pages of comments to demonstrate our point that this model is not adequate for standard setting. That's why we have all the comments in there to support that. I mean, I think the only way that this model is salvageable is if they add chemistry and they're able to account for emissions that are hundreds to thousands of kilometers away. I mean, it might have to be some type of photochemical modeling or something, and and so, I mean, I don't think a basic high split weighted model would ever get you where you need to go. I mean, the fact is, these depositions and sulfated nitrate, they're not locally formed. They're accumulation of transport from hundreds to thousands of kilometers away. And looking at local SO2 and NOx concentrations and trying to relate it to local deposition just makes no sense to me. So.
Okay, Charlie.
Okay, so I would like to sort of expand on my earlier comments. I guess I'm concerned that given the poor relationships between what EPA has shown us, I just don't think that path is useful for setting standards, as I said previously. But I feel strongly that there's a tremendous amount of scientific evidence to suggest that there are effects from ambient values of deposition, and that the current secondary standards do not protect, I mean, it's similar to what Georgia said, protect ecosystems or welfare impacts. And so I think we need to make that point. My concern is that if we say that EPA should be doing deposition-based standards, and then, you know, as I think our chair said, we're not lawyers, at least most of us are not lawyers, you know, and the EPA comes back and says we can't do that because of, you know, constraints with the Clean Air Act, then are we just putting ourselves in a position that they will just throw up their hands and not do anything about this ongoing problem? So I think that, you know, my recommendation would be that we first and foremost said that they should look vigorously into whether there's an option to do deposition-based standards. And if not, and I think they need to look seriously at this. And if not, then they need to do whatever, you know, either revise the model or look at an alternative model, you know, according to what Jim was suggesting, something like that, so they can develop a rigorous relationship between ambient air concentrations and deposition and therefore effects. So I don't want the whole thing to go up in flames because of this. And my concern is we're headed in that direction.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And we'll take Steve's comments, and then I'm thinking that maybe we're not ready to resolve chapter 6. And we also, I want to see if we can deliberate on our chapter 7 recommendations today. So maybe after Stephen makes his comment, what we could do is move to the chapter 7 text and deliberate on that and come back to what exactly we're going to recommend for chapter 6. And maybe that conversation about chapter 7 will help us figure out how we want to make recommendations for chapter 6. Stephen.
Yes. Thank you for recognizing me again. But just to make a point, the local concentration and local dry deposition, there's already one step of removal there. But that's pretty close. And then when you're getting into wet depositions, really depending upon the column. And so that's still reasonably proximate to the locus of deposition. But if you get into the modeling of the transport from hundreds, if not thousands of sources at hundreds and if not thousands of kilometers away, and trying to use that, I mean, that's good science to try to relate that to deposition. I don't diminish the science, but to try to use that as a basis for standard setting, I just think is way off the mark to be saying so clear.
Thank you. All right, so that's another perspective to keep in mind if we recommend changes. So I'm suggesting that we move now to page 27 of the report and start with the opening text for chapter 7. So that would just be on page 27. Does anyone have any comments or suggestions? I had a couple of things in the paragraph that starts on line 13, but I'll call on Jim first.
All right, so page 27, lines 20 to 23. I think Mark Frampton may have had the same comments, and that is so I think Mark's recommendation was to remove that sentence, and I would second that recommendation if indeed I remember correctly that Mark had suggested to remove that, and that's because the ability to meet the standards should not be considered in setting the standards. And so that, you know, that's the reason I think Mark was suggesting to remove that sentence, and I would agree. Mark, is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly the point I was trying to make.
So
Okay,
I would second that point.
all right. Alex, did
I agree. I agree with Jim and Mark.
all right, so we'll just remove the text that starts on line 20. Jim,
Yeah, I had one more on this page. So lines 28 to 29. It says the KSAC is enthusiastic regarding the potential for a PM-based standard to control for N and S deposition effects on ecosystems. And I know Mark had a comment, but my comment's different. My first is, I don't remember anybody really being enthusiastic about this. And if I remember, I mean, I wasn't actually at the last meeting. I did watch the video on YouTube, but I also wasn't clear if we were talking about a total PM-based standard or a speciated PM, you know, a sulfate, nitrate, ammonium-based PM standard. So it wasn't clear what type of PM-based standard we were talking about. And then, so I just wanted some clarity on that. And Mark, why don't you go ahead and add your comments in there as well?
Mine is more just editorial. It just was the phrase control for. That sounds like a statistical analysis. And I think what's meant here is to control N and S deposition through standard setting, right? You're not controlling for it.
yeah, and maybe reduce would also be a better word.
Yeah.
So we'll make that editorial change to make that clear. Does anyone who was party to the deliberation about this point want to chime in? Alex?
Oh, Jim, the reason you didn't see it on the video is because this is when we had our breakout groups. And I think initially, prior to the memo and the corrected memo, there was some enthusiasm in that subgroup of, 4 people on Zoom, 4 people in the room about, wow, there's these relationships that we see. Now the corrected memo came out and then the corrected figures came out. And then there was a lot of discussion about the total NPM 2.5 standard that's elaborated on below. And so I think this encompasses that whole discussion. So just to give some perspective on where that was coming from. In this particular case, I'm glad Rich just raised his hand because I was going to turn to Rich and maybe elaborate a little bit on that conversation. So I hope that helps.
Go ahead, Rich.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think that concept of enthusiasm was at least partly driven by the recognition that, unlike the previous review cycle, which didn't consider PM, bringing PM into this one really was one way, and kind of like the only way, with the limitations of the existing criteria pollutants, to bring reduced nitrogen into the deliberation. So I would like to see us emphasize our support for it from that perspective.
All right, so do we change the word enthusiastic? How about strongly supports or something like that? Maybe some wordsmithing would that be helpful, Jim?
Yes, and just to clarify, we're talking about, when we talk about PM-based standard, are we talking about total PM 2.5, or are we talking about speciated, like sulfate standard and a nitrate standard? What are we talking about when we in this sentence?
Can I jump in real quick? I don't know if we can say strongly supports given the relationships and the debate over the EAQM. I think there is people, or I would say we noted the potential for some kind of PM-based standard to reduce nitrogen and F deposition effects, but it remains to be determined what that is because we don't have the analysis. Rich, is that fair? And we recommend that analysis later in the chapter. So
could we say, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
does that make sense, Jim? In the sense
Yeah.
that this is the
could we say
concept.
something like the CASAC welcomes the potential for a PM-based standard or something along that line?
That would work for me.
Okay. Okay, that works for me.
Okay, good. That's helpful.
I don't know if we would want to add mass-based or speciation in there for clarity, or leave that out. I don't have a strong opinion.
Does anybody else want to chime in?
I would just say either way. I mean, it's fine with me.
I would think the point that Richard made, that to the extent that we were showing some enthusiasm, it was as a way to get at the reduced nitrogen, which is otherwise really not being well regulated. And I think that's an important point to make here.
Okay, so maybe there's a little bit of elaboration that should be added. I guess it does say that, but it's specifically the nitrogen that you think is, you want to,
The reduced nitrogen,
okay, so maybe,
ammonium.
okay, so maybe we can make sure to edit that too. Bill,
Yeah, this has been a difficult discussion. I mean, easy enough to follow, but it's torturous. The changing the graphs and stuff on it's really. I mean, thankfully it was caught at this point, but I think there's two key things that have come out of this. The first is I'm coming down now on the slides like, no, we can't pretend to be peer review for this new EAQM. It's like, yeah, we've got to stay away from vetting that model. But at the same time, it is worth pursuing a better model, but equally pursuing simply using deposition as a much more understandable, tractable, demonstrable impact of air quality on ecosystems. And the second is, Bob already mentioned, but I'll just second it, that the ability to use PM, and I'd say it doesn't have to be just PM 2.5 mass or only the N or only the S. It's like, no, using all the information that we can get about PM 2.5 in understanding the impacts of those regulated contaminants, PM 2.5, on ecosystems is a critical thing for us to make, because we're not arguing about, well, we have to include this because we have to do total nitrogen. It's like PM 2.5 is supposed to be regulated and it has demonstrable effects that are associated with it. Okay, the environmental effects. So therefore, we should strongly urge the inclusion and the better understanding of those relationships as how PM 2.5 measured in the air relates to the environmental effects.
all right, thank you. Judy.
Yeah, I think for page 27, 928 refers to Jim's question, PM dash based standard may be better represented by PM chemical composition based standard. So that way, when we talk about chemical composition, also could be with mass, with part of the sum of the composition that reflect what Bill says, need everything there, of PM mass and composition based standard. Because later on we say to control for, to reduce nitrogen and sulfur deposition. What we discuss is one option is total nitrogen and total sulfur, and instead of sulfate or nitrate ammonia.
So Judy, you're recommending on line 28 that we add composition, mass and composition.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Clarify that.
Okay, thank you. And both.
Yeah.
All right. Stephen.
We can be enthusiastic about whatever we want. The question, I think, is whether EPA can legally set a deposition standard. If they can't, there's no sense in being enthusiastic about it. And then we have to work on what's the magnitude of the concentration that's going to be sufficiently protective. So I think I need a clarification on this committee. Can we recommend a deposition standard, or is that outside of our remit? So, and I don't know the answer to that question.
So I think as scientists, we can recommend what the science says. And I think I'm hearing loud and clear, not being an expert in this area, I'm hearing loud and clear that a direct deposition standard is much more appropriate from a scientific point of view. I think that's loud and clear. And we can clearly, as scientists, continue to make that recommendation. We can't control what the lawyers think and how they go about things, but we can continue to advocate for the best possible science. And I think that's our job. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for that clarification. That's great, because then otherwise we're just talking about what should a concentration standard be to protect against such and such an amount of deposition. If we can speak to a deposition standard, that's great.
Yeah, and I think, and I'll let Alex speak because she was the lead on chapter 7, but I think recognizing that that the information we have was such that we weren't in a position to recommend a direct deposition standard. We did proceed with making recommendations about air-based standards, recognizing all the weaknesses that are inherent in that. And, we obviously, based on the discussion we've been having this morning, we may need to think about whether we're going to change that approach, but that's what's in the draft report. And Alex, did you want to chime in any further?
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that we can recommend a direct deposition standard, but with the information we have and with the conversations we've had, we can't go so far as to recommend a target level at this particular stage. It's not to say that we couldn't request to have that conversation, but I think we just have to stop short of that point because we haven't had the opportunity to discuss it around the table as a group with an analysis presented before us.
Okay. Mark.
Yes, so the thing that I'm struggling with is we've been talking about how there's basically no correlation between air concentrations and deposition, if I understand that correctly, or between emissions and deposition. So my question would be, if I were EPA and CASEC is recommending a deposition-based standard, how would you enforce such a standard? If we're saying that reducing emissions is not going to, correlate with reduced deposition, or am I getting that concept wrong?
Well, thanks for your question. I think, again, as scientific advisors about the evidence related to the standard, our job is not to figure out how they're going to enforce it, but it may be a challenge, but that's not our job to figure that out.
Hey, Leanne, can I speak to Mark's question?
Sure.
Because I don't think we're saying there is no relationship between emissions and deposition. Clearly, there is a relationship between emissions and deposition. I mean, as SO2 and NOx emissions have reduced, acid deposition has reduced significantly. So there is a relationship. My point is, it's not the local emissions impacting the local deposition. It's emissions reductions from across the whole country, tens to hundreds of kilometers away, or thousands of kilometers away, that is actually contributing to the reduction in deposition. So, this model that looks really only at local concentrations versus local deposition isn't appropriate. Really, the model needs to look at, much broader emission reductions from outside the ecoregion and how that impacts the actual ecoregion. So that's where I have a problem with the model. So, I mean, emission reductions do reduce deposition. I think that's clear. I just think this is not the right model to do that.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful clarification. So I would agree with Leanne that, yeah, we can make whatever recommendation we think the science supports. And if, if Jim, as you say, that it's speaking more broadly geographically, that the emissions are responsible for the deposition, then a deposition standard would make sense.
Praveen.
Just wanted to make a minor point. I know Alexander said direct deposition, so my call was direct because there's nothing like indirect deposition. So simply say atmospheric deposition. So be clear all the time. There's no direct. I think the word direct was not necessary.
Yeah, and I think the reason that word crept in was the idea in some of the, and Alex can help me with this, the idea that some of our recommendations were deposition related. So it was to distinguish between the idea of deposition related, and that's why we use that word. We can address the language.
Thank you.
Suggestions would be great, Praveen, because the PA refers to deposition related effects, and it's deposition related effects, and that makes it difficult to talk about a deposition based standard because that could be confused with what's already in the PA. So we'll have to come up with a term that doesn't overlap with that.
I'm trying to be keeper of English language here, so.
All right, well, we'll put you in charge of helping us make sure that's clear. Stephen and then Bob.
Yeah, I've already forgotten. There's 2 or 3 speakers away said there's not a tight relationship between air concentration and dry depth. And I would say that's about as tight a relationship as we're going to find in this business, as far as the dry depth. And we got a pretty tight relationship between column amount, concentration per area, if you wish, and wet depth. So those are pretty tight in our business, and we should encourage their use, especially if EPA is constrained to have only concentration standards. Then that's the best they can do, and it is a pretty tight relationship. We get way loosey-goosey when we get into relationships between emissions hundreds and thousands of kilometers away and deposition at a specific location. Somebody used the term earlier, hocus pocus, and maybe that should even appear in our report.
All right, Bob.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the use of the term indirect, and not necessarily in the context here, but those of us who study aquatic ecosystems, whether they be lakes or coastal marine systems, distinguish between the deposition nitrogen, generally is what we're caring about here, directly onto the water body surface versus the indirect deposition onto the watershed, which subsequently runs off and into those water bodies. And the deposition onto the watershed is very, very important, and we usually call that indirect deposition.
All right, thank you. Maybe even more reason for us to be thinking about our terminology here. Praveen, I'm assuming you have your hand up still from before, or you need to say something new.
Let me just say, definitions are important. If we define direct as directly onto the surface and indirect as in the watershed, we've moved the ball forward.
So maybe somebody, I'm gonna ask Steve and maybe Bob, if you can figure out a place where maybe that clarity gets added.
Bob, go for it.
I was going to suggest you take a lead on it. I'm happy to help secondarily, but I'm going to be hard pressed to do anything.
Just go through the report, do a word search for indirect, and the first time is it used and define it.
Okay. Alex.
So in the PA, the term direct is used for, can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
For the effects of concentrations directly and indirect is deposition. And somebody threw out in our conversation before, and I didn't see it in any of the writing, just the idea that the ecosystem is exposed, whether it's, you know, from concentrations or from deposition as an exposure pathway. I still like that language because it makes me think of exposure pathways in humans, right? And so not sure if that's a way to also address this issue of how the Clean Air Act defines level of air quality. And there's different ways that we're exposed to those levels of air quality, and or at least ecosystems are. And so just remembering that language from an earlier conversation, I don't remember who it was that brought it up at the table, but I felt it was a very useful way of conceptualizing air quality impacts on ecosystems rather than direct and indirect. They're just different pathways of exposure.
Okay, and I don't know where that gets integrated, but that maybe is something to put in. And I'm going to call on Rich, and then I think we need to probably try to deliberate on the standards so we don't run out of time. Go ahead, Rich.
So I was just remembering as we were trying within the Group 7 subgroup to come up with some language supporting the deposition standard, that we struggled with getting the wording just right, because some of the strongest support for the concept of a deposition standard comes from the poor relationship between air quality and deposition. But if we overstate that, then that means that we're suggesting that EPA has no basis for an air quality based approach to address these deposition effects. So there's an inherent conflict there. And I think we need to consider it from both perspectives. I wanted to add one last thing, and I hope this doesn't overly complicate things, but if we're going to recommend the deposition-based approach, and I'm in the group now that thinks we should, I think we need to also recommend how EPA might quantify that. And personally, I don't think there's any other approach aside from just simply using the TDEP maps, which represent the cumulative total brain power of our nation over the last 10, 15 years, thinking about this exact thing and continually refining the approach. And we've already got these spatially calculated, very appropriate to apply to eco-ridge type calculations, but that's a big difference from anything that's gone down in the past. So we should recognize that. But again, I think we can't just say, oh, do a deposition standard without saying, and here's how we think we should approach that.
So that's helpful. And I know Alex provided some text that would expand on what we've already said in Chapter 7 about a direct deposition standard. And I would ask, particularly if you can do it before we can talk again tomorrow, if you could maybe work on a couple of sentences that would make that recommendation you just made into something tangible that we could insert in the text, and probably in conjunction with that proposed additional text. That would probably be the most sensible place to do that. Charlie.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Jim's point about the relationships between emissions and deposition is not lost. And that's, not really in the document as it stands. And there's lots of examples of that in the literature, that there are pretty strong relationships, empirical relationships between emissions and deposition. And so I think that provides a very strong basis for the value of deposition, that it's strongly connected with emissions. So I think if we could bring that in, we bring additional sort of emphasis to bear on the value of considering deposition. If they are directly related, strongly related to emissions, then I think that's extremely useful information. I mean, EPA should already know this, but I think it's good to point it out to them.
Okay, and so maybe you could work with if you are able, work with Alex and Rich to figure out where that could go. So make sure that it gets in there.
Yeah, they've called on me in the past. They can tell me what to do and I try to follow what their instructions are, so.
We appreciate that. So, this is a hard meeting to figure out how to chair. I think we should move to deliberating on our recommendations. We've got about an hour left. So I'm recommending that we move on to page 28, which is the annual PM standard. We have a recommendation of secondary annual PM 2.0 standard in the range of 6 to 10. And a justification. I want to hear whether, I've heard a lot of perspectives about, how we're doing this and what we are doing and how much we should be relying on the chapter 6 information. And I'm seeing that the text that starts on line 22 justifies most of the justification is based on chapter 6 figures, with one figure in chapter 2. And so I want to hear from people whether we want to make any changes. And I'm assuming, Charlie, your hand's still up, and so I'm going to call on Alex.
Right, so the first paragraph there is also from chapter 6, but that's the remote areas analysis, and that is not the EAQM based approach. So just to clarify there. And then as you noted, Leanne, only the last sentence of that second paragraph is not from the EAQ or the ecoregion analysis, as we can call it. So our attempt as a group here was to pull together not only evidence presented through the EAQM, but other pieces of evidence, both in chapter 6 and chapter 2, and noting the weaknesses of the correlations that were presented, and depending on how you looked at it, what you could glean from that information. So I do encourage everyone to read that, and I'm happy to hear what people have to say.
Thank you. Are there any specific changes recommended to the text on this page? Jim?
Yeah, I gotta find the line. Lines 30 to 35. So this section discusses the correlation between the weighted annual average PM 2.5 and end deposition versus the maximum PM 2.5 value for each ecoregion, and concludes it's more appropriate to use the weighted annual average PM 2.5 because the correlation is better. However, it should be noted that the way design values are used for showing attainment are based on the maximum PM 2.5 value, not the average. Therefore, it is not appropriate to use the weighted annual average PM 2.5 value to set the standards, unless you plan to change the form of the standard to be based on a spatially averaged PM 2.5 concentration across all the PM 2.5 monitors in an ecoregion. So my point is, and I think EPA made this during their presentation, that although the correlation is better for the average, it's really the maximum that more aligns with how design values are used when comparison to the standard.
All right, so should we just take that text out? I need some other perspectives here.
Leanne, I get it would be nice to hear if, was there any intention to change any of this, or based on the conversation we had that most people don't think the EAQM model should even be used? I mean, was there plans to change this, or was the plan just to leave it as is? At the yeah.
I think we're trying to figure that out. And I was hoping that by looking at the specific recommendations in the chapter 7 standard recommendations, that we would have a better sense based on that discussion about using the EAQM model. And what I heard Alex say is that there is a bunch of information in this text that is not based on that model that also supports this recommendation. And so, you know, I guess part of what we need to figure out as a panel is whether we take out anything that is based on the EAQM model, weaken it, qualify it, that, you know, some of us don't put weight on it. Some of us still find it useful. So I'm not exactly sure what we need to do, but I would like specific suggestions on how we're going to address that model, as well as your comment about the text on starting on line 30. Charlie.
Well, if we're not going to base the recommendations on the model, I think we should explicitly say that, so it's very, very clear what's the justification why we're making the recommendations that we're making. What's the information base that we're coming to this conclusion from, so to make sure that EPA is not getting the wrong information. I mean, I look at those empirical relationships and I see very few that are very strong, and you know, I think they're not very useful to me, other than to say that there's not a good relationship between ambient air concentrations and deposition and effects.
Okay, so you are specifically commenting on the text that I see on lines 22 through 26. Are you suggesting that we just remove that text? Because that's the EAQM model text.
Well, I didn't write this, so I don't want to, you know, I'm just concerned about those results. And if we are basing recommendations on them and the poor relationships, I'd like to understand how we're doing that. And just for your information, the version that I'm looking at doesn't align with your line numbers, so I'm having a hard time following you when you give specific line numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my
well, I'm working off the document that I had sent you back earlier, so there.
Oh, okay, yeah, it I double checked that my version, I'm also working on a Word version, that the line numbers matched. They should match. If other people are having trouble, I would recommend you look at the PDF for the line numbers. I have that. Of course, you need a lot of screens so that you can make sure that it's but they are lining up. I just checked that. So I saw Steve, I'm going to ask Alex, since she was the lead on this, to speak up first, and then invite you to speak after that.
I am going to suggest that we delete. Actually, I'm going to suggest that we follow Charlie's advice, and that we can. First, I would say we should delete the section that says in the ecoregion analysis, which cites figures 624, 625, and 626, because we follow that conversation by saying the problems with that. So I would suggest we delete that. And I suggest that we do just what Charlie suggested, which is to say we will not be presenting, you know, looking at this evidence for these reasons. The correlations, there's one correlation, it's modest. You know, as Jim was saying, we could also add some text about matching the approach for the maximum design values versus the maximum what Jim was just saying. And so I think there's, it would actually, the text is here to be able to do that. But this is just a suggestion, and I want to note that four of us, or many of us, were involved in it. More than four, or several of us were involved in this conversation as a small group. And so I would love to hear. I believe, Judy, were we working on this together? And also Davin, if he is back from class. I think it's important that since we wrote this together, that those group members also give their opinion on this.
Thank you. Yeah, so at the moment, there's a suggestion on the table to delete. It didn't sound like it was it the entire paragraph on starting on line 22, Alex, or
up to higher hotspots.
Okay,
up to higher.
right. Right. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. That's what I interpreted as. Stephen.
Yeah, thanks. EAQM is not a standard. EAQM is at best a means of meeting a standard. I don't think it's a very good means of meeting that standard, but it's certainly not a standard. It doesn't belong here. And I just want to clarify something that I think it was Charles who said, that there's not a tight relationship between concentration and deposition. Did you mean a not tight relationship between emissions and deposition, or do you really mean not a tight relationship between concentration and deposition? Because I really think there is a pretty tight one.
Okay, I must have missed it because it didn't seem very tight to me. I guess it depends on your definition of what is tight. I mean, if we're talking about air quality standards, it better be pretty darn tight, because we're talking about, a lot of resources and a lot of effects. And so I think we want fairly rigorous, defensible relationships that the public can depend on, that we're really doing the right thing.
I certainly agree with you in the latter part of what you just said, but deposition velocities are sort of one of our valued tools in the atmospheric chemistry community. Are there uncertainties associated with them? Sure. Are they fairly big even? But that's what we rely on, and I don't see how you're going to get better than that. And in terms of measuring deposition, it's a tough business. Do you do it by eddy correlation? Do you do it by harvesting a hectare and measuring the amount a year later? That's a tough business to measure. So I think concentration is probably our best tool.
Well, I think, as Rich said, TDEP has been vetted. I think it's not perfect. There are some shortcomings associated with it, but I think it's a pretty good measurement of deposition, and I think we should try to rely on it as much as possible. There are a lot of smart people who've been working on developing this and refining this, and I think it provides a pretty good quantitative basis for what the landscape is experiencing.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the TDEP approach, and so I'd have to go back and revisit that. But
so it's a hybrid between measurements of wet deposition from the NADP program and estimates of dry deposition from CMAQ simulation. So part of it relies on deposition velocities.
Well, okay, sounds like it's pretty close to measurement based.
And just to clarify, Stephen, it sounds to me like you are quoting information that may or may not be linked to any plots in the document. Whereas I think some of the people, when they're talking about a lack of correlation, are explicitly looking at the information provided by EPA. And so I think that makes a little bit of a challenge in figuring out how to navigate, because I think you all, as scientific experts in this area, understand that there is this pretty strong relationship. And for me, I heard it loud and clearly from the Forest Service representative. But yet the information we have when we're talking about this report, a lot of those plots do not show the strong relationships that people want to rely on. So I think that's partly where some of these distinctions are coming in. Praveen, you have your hand up, and I also see that Davin has come back, so we welcome back, and we are, if you need catching up, we are deliberating on the annual standard on the text on page 28 of the report. We have already suggested deleting any reference to chapter 6 figures. So that's line 22 through 26. That text will be removed. And I know that Alex is looking for more input from those who helped her draft the text. So anyway, and I guess I'll call on Praveen first, and then Alex.
Thank you. So what I said hours ago, and Rich just said more clearly, and looks like Charlie endorsed it, this whole thing about TDEP, total deposition, which really NIDP's effort to calculate dry deposition and wet deposition, use models, use monitor data. So the question I have of Charlie, so currently, do we have like a national maps of TDEP across the USA at 4-kilometer grid, for example, which gives reasonably correct estimation of what the total deposition is, wet and dry together by region, so across the whole US. Do we have that? I mean, available, or NIDP has published it?
We have maps for different years. It's on the website. I
Okay.
don't know the spatial resolution, whether it's 4 kilometers. That sounds about right, but somebody else who's more knowledgeable could probably clarify that.
Hey, Praveen, it's also in the policy assessment on page 2-43. They have a map of TDEP for sulfur and TDEP for nitrogen. And so they do have maps there for 2019 to 2021. So a three-year average. So you can look at those maps there.
Okay, so the point I was going to make, I guess, endorsing what Charlie was saying, if indeed that's the method we accept to figure out regional deposition total across the US, and then we're making a case that what we need is deposition standards. And I think Rich said, yeah, but we got to have an estimate of deposition itself, which we do. Then I think it's just a justification for deposition-based standards and not concentration-based standards. I mean, we have the tools. We have the tools of measurement, and we have a good scientific argument why deposition is the right parameter to work with.
Yeah, so I think, thank you, Praveen. The panel at its deliberations back in June, while we all embrace the deposition based standard, I think we also recognize that it was important that we make recommendations about the air-based standards, and that's what we're deliberating on now. I invite you to work with Rich, who is going to be adding a few lines of text specifically about TDEP to our as a way of implementing the direct deposition standard, or whatever words we end up using. So I would like us to reach some resolution on this text about the annual PM standard on page 28. And I'm going to call on Bob and see if he can help us get there.
I'm sorry, I was just going to distract you one more second, but just chiming in on the TDEP. In addition to the maps, there's data available online at a 16-kilometer square grid. Going back several years. If you want to get something more recent than 4 or 5 years ago, you can't get it, but it's available on even finer scale by request from EPA.
Okay, so are we going to stick with our recommendation to?
So Leanne, could I chime in here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, maybe because I left and came back on, I don't have the raise hand feature, so I'm just unmuting and jumping in. But with regard to these specific lines or references to the plots in chapter 6 versus the data in TDEP, I mean, I feel like we looked a lot at these plots from chapter 6, and there's, recognizing in many of them the sort of tremendous amount of scatter, but we're also looking for sort of overall kind of cutoffs, sort of that are in line with, recommendations of standards that are, we didn't, make a specific recommendation. We still made a range, but a standard being sort of a binary decision. Are you below or above? And while there is a lot of scatter, there were sort of thresholds that are identifiable in these data sets in chapter 6. And to be fair, even more readily identifiable in the more regionally specific plots from the supplemental for that the EPA provided, that are consistent with sort of what you can see from TDEP in terms of the ranges where concentrations, are high and deposition is high, and what those concentration ranges sort of corresponded to. And so I think that was our motivation for including a reference to those figures, despite the, for many of the cases, the overall low correlation. So it isn't to say that we necessarily expect, predictive power down to, a specific change in deposition achievable for a specific change in ambient concentration within a lot of the ranges, but it is noting that there were no observed deposition values above a particular amount when ambient concentrations were below a particular amount. Just that sort of binary, let's divide this data up into these two clouds. And because it doesn't really conflict with the similar statements about hotspots and TDEP in terms of the range that you need in order to avoid deposition above a particular level, I don't feel the need to remove this, but I also feel like if we did, again, it doesn't really change the overall recommendation. I would be okay with removing it, but since it's, again, in agreement in terms of the range of recommended values that it guides us to, I'm personally in favor of leaving it there. It's sort of a statement of what the EPA found. It's not a really judgmental statement, but I think it would lead to the same recommendation, whether we consider that or just the TDEP.
Okay, yeah, and while you were gone, there was a lot of conversation about how much weight we should put on the chapter 6 with, sort of, I mean, it's consistent with what we discussed in June, but maybe even more strongly stated this time. And so I think that's where it led to removing that. And I think you make some valid points that it only strengthens or supports, I guess is maybe a better word. And maybe, so another alternative would be to wordsmith it just to say that even if you, even without putting too much weight on it, it provides the same, it tells the same story. Judy.
Yeah, I agree with Davin. I'm not necessarily comfortable remove that sentence because that we all recognize and we discussed that the limitation and uncertainty associated with the EAQM, but we can't just totally remove the whole thing about the EAQM. I see they still have some value added, but not, not to be, ignore the whole chapter 6 figures.
So maybe we could revise this to reflect a little bit the point that Davin made, that the evidence is already there with the other information, and then chapter 6 just provides the same conclusion. Alex.
First, I wanted to suggest, see what people think, that the higher hotspot sentence go before in the ecoregion analysis sentence.
Oh, okay.
And dropping in the ecoregion analysis, wordsmithing it, as Davin said, to say, if we look at it this way, this is what this analysis says, like, and recognizing, and then we have the following paragraph that talks about the correlation coefficients and I'm wondering if we should delete the weighted annual average air quality metric is more appropriate for revising the standard, or just leaving, if we really even need that, given that the argument above would be that this isn't really about predictive power, as Devin said. Why do we need to have that sentence there at all? So that's one approach. I'm curious to hear, Davin, Judy, what do you guys think? And all, actually, what does everybody think?
Sounds good to me. Sounds like that's a way forward here. And which sentence were you suggesting deleting in the next paragraph?
Well, I'm wondering if we're going to wordsmith it to align with what Davin just said, then why do we need therefore the weighted annual average air quality metric is appropriate for revising the PM 2.5 standards, since that supportive evidence is not about, as Davin appropriately said, predictive power, and it also speaks to Jim's comment.
Great. Okay.
Which the EPA indeed did emphasize at the meeting.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to suggest, Judy, go ahead, and then I'm going to suggest we try to move forward.
Yeah, I agree with what Alex just talked about.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then move the sentence up just to cut and then revise the following sentence. And then regarding the weighted annual average, I do see Jim's point, but does that apply for the secondary standard? Because the annual average, we talk about deposition, the correlation was 0.52. And if you look at the maximum, that's 0.53 for East Coast. It just does not really represent West Coast. That's 0.16 for the Western ecoregions. So I'm not necessarily comfortable to not refer to weighted average. Weighted average is maybe more representative of the overall what we're trying to explain.
Okay, so I think the proposal on the table is just to remove the text about the weighted annual average, keep the rest of the text. Maybe Judy, it also makes sense to, and particularly with Jim's comment, to address the eastern ecoregion, the correlation that you mentioned, as that's not. That's more consistent statistic with how the design values used, is my understanding of what I've heard.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we have a path forward for the annual PM 2.5 standard. This is slow going, but I'm going to recommend that we move on to the annual NO2 standard, deposition related effects. And here we're recommending that the NO2 standard doesn't provide sufficient protection, and so it should be revised. And most of, let's see, a lot of the justification is based on the chapter 6 text. So maybe we could figure out how to navigate this, given our concern about the chapter 6. Jim.
So I wanted to repeat my comment from PM 2.5, where just because there's a better correlation with the weighted average does not necessarily mean it's the way to go. And that EPA had recommended using the maximum value because it aligns with the design value. So I wanted to reiterate that point, same point as last time for this one.
All right, so that's line 19, I think, on page 29. And so as the recommendation would presumably be to drop this text. Do you have your hand up? Is it still left over, or is it Do you want to comment on this? No, okay, Alex.
So my apologies. There was quite a bit of noise outside my office and I missed that last conversation. Jim, could you repeat what you were suggesting? Sorry to delay.
It was just, yeah, it was just a repeat of my comment from PM 2.5. You know, the comment about using the weighted average versus the maximum value to align with the way design values are used during implementation of the NACs. And so I was just making the same comment again for your consideration.
Yeah, and I may be a little bit unclear, but yeah, maybe because it says setting the standard. So this, Alex, this is on line 19 on page 29. That sentence, maybe we delete that, or otherwise. It seems like there's two things here. That there's one that that we're addressing the support for the recommendation, and so that seems like the weighted average might be a useful thing to support the recommendation. But the thing that's really triggering Jim is the point that at least currently that's not how the standard is set. So it may also be a question of just changing it to be more addressing the justification for the recommendation, as opposed to something about setting the standard or enforcing the standard, which is what Jim was really talking about. Okay, any more comments on our recommendations for the NO2? How about SO2 annual standard? Stephen.
Yeah, it's not so much in the standard. Somebody was advocating TDEP. I went into the report, I clicked the link, it's dead. Could somebody explain to me in words of one syllable how TDEP calculates deposition at 4 kilometers to 16 kilometers?
Stephen, I can send you a link to a fairly detailed explanation of the most recently applied methodology that also gives a history of various changes to the calculation.
Okay, that'll be great. I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I just want to know how it works.
It's in the policy assessment as well. There's a nice description in the policy assessment how the calculations are done.
Of this document?
Yes.
I'll look for it.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay, we're still on the annual SO2 standard, deposition related effects. Are we going to, and I note that a lot of the justification is based on figures in chapter 6. So I thought Davin had some quite elegant reasoning for keeping the chapter 6 text for PM, and I'm not sure what we need to do for SO2. Does the panel agree with the recommendations on the standards? Alex.
So just in this case, we're citing figure 2, and we're also citing some of the analysis, I believe, from chapters 4 and 5 with the ANC. 617 and 1618, sorry, 617 and 618 are the EAQM approach. And I think with, if we follow, we need to be consistent. So I think whatever we do with that first standard that we discussed regarding the text that we would add or wordsmith to say how we're using any data from that approach needs to be reflected here as well, or it will be something that should be mentioned perhaps at the beginning, because if it's going to apply to all of the standards, then perhaps it's repetitive and redundant to say it over and over again, if that makes sense. This is how we're looking at these data.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I'm thinking I'll just ask if there's any comments first about the 24-hour PM 2.5 standard, which is on page 29, line 39 through page 30, line 6. Yes, Jim.
But we're talking about the 24-hour standard now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my comment is I didn't really see any evidence to support 25 or micrograms per cubic meter or 20 to 25 decibels. It'd be good to point to the pages in the policy assessment that talks about this, because I didn't see it, or peer-reviewed literature to support this statement. And also, it's not clear where the level of 25 even came from, or the 20 to 25 decibels. It's not clear where that came from. Or I didn't see any discussion of why these levels are adequate to protect deposition. And also the 20 to 25 decibels, there's no mention of the form of the standard. And so, I mean, if you guys are gonna recommend that, you probably should mention the form of that standard, because that's a light extinction metric. And I mean, the 24-hour PM is a 98th percentile value. So are you talking about 98th percentile of visibility or some other form of so those are my comments. I just didn't see any justification or discussion of even where these numbers came from.
My understanding from reading this, Jim, is that this came from the CASAC report on the PM review that was completed a while ago. And the justification is that the visual impairment is dominated by nitrogen and sulfur, and so all the other evidence we could put in detail that to reference that report, because I think that report went into that detail, as I recall.
Right, but that report didn't talk about ecological effects or deposition. It talked about visibility. It talked about other welfare effects. We're talking about ecological effects and deposition here. And so, I mean, are you just basically copying the recommendation from the last one? I mean, this is, I think, supposed to be specific to ecological effects. Am I incorrect on that?
Well, I thought we addressed that earlier in our meeting today to be clear that, well, we changed the word from to welfare. And my understanding, I will let others that address this weigh in, but my understanding is that the rationale is that it's the short term, that it's driven by these two compounds and visibility is how visibility is how it's quantified. And so we are just relying on the analyses that were done previously. So Stephen, I think you still have your hand up, so I'm going to call on Charlie.
Yeah, so I guess my comment is similar to Jim's. I was confused by this addressing visibility, and I think if we're going to bring this in, I think we need to provide additional text to justify it, because I was caught off guard for this as well. Why are we bringing in this, PM, into this overall discussion of the, this visibility discussion into this, which wasn't addressed at all in the PM or the PA, excuse me.
Okay, Rich.
Yeah, so I think, EPA has made the decision to separate these issues apart. to consider visibility as part of the PM reviews and ecological effects as part of a different review. But things have changed a little bit since they've now brought PM into this assessment. And so I think we were trying to push back on that separation a little bit and say, you know, there's no reason why you shouldn't consider combined effects in both ways. And there's no real logic to doing them one at a time if there could be benefits in both arenas for a similar kind of standard. Earlier today, you know, Linda Geiser was specifically talking about episodic effects from nitrogen deposition or sulfur deposition that wouldn't necessarily be adequately captured by a long-term multi-year annual average alone. And so once you start to look at episodic effects, then that's where visibility becomes a logical companion to co-consider. So I think those numbers actually came out of either the EPA staff report or policy assessment, what was being considered in the PM NOx review, or from the CASAC comments. Judy may also have more thoughts on that, because I thought at the meeting she was saying something about that they didn't really give a full vetting to the visibility in the last hurried PM NOx review.
Yeah, I'm gonna call on Judy next to follow up, and then we'll.
Yeah, Rich is correct that we discussed that we did not have the full consent. The visibility was not really fully discussed in the PM review, but they did mention the preference study. So I think Charles' comments good that we should explain that the 20 in line with the visibility index of 25 deciview is that's related to 50% of the preference study participants. That's what was based for what was discussed in the PM standard, PM NOx. So that that like Rich mentioned, because we are emphasizing that annual standard is not protective against the episodic event like wintertime stagnation and some wildfires we discussed a little bit. So that here we like to use this to justify that to lower the secondary standard. Also, it's in line with 24-hour secondary PM standard for our PM review. We recommend the 35 to 25 microgram cubic meter, so we're not that far away.
Thank you, Jim.
So I don't remember the CASAC ever recommending 20 to 25 deciviews in any PM review. So it'd be good to verify if that was actually a recommendation of the CASAC, because I don't remember that. And I guess my question is, how do you justify that 25 micrograms or 20 to 25 deciviews is what's needed for deposition purposes? I mean, I know you're talking about visibility, which is a different review, but I mean, is there any justification for why the standard needs to be lowered for deposition purposes? Is there any of that discussion included here?
I mean, I didn't hear that this was specifically about deposition.
Or ecological effects. I mean, we're supposed to be reviewing ecological effects, so I would hope it would be relevant.
Well, I think the opening sentence makes it clear. The 20% most visually impaired days are heavily dominated by N and S. I think that makes it clear why we're talking about it. That was my interpretation. So,
and the current standard is not adequate. Has that been demonstrated? The current 24-hour standard is not adequate to protect against ecological effects?
So part of what we're hearing is the panel is saying, maybe you are in disagreement with this, Jim, but I'm hearing that the panel is saying that PM is PM and welfare effects are matter. And we should be incorporating our understanding about visibility in the context of this ecological effect review and not splitting hairs and treating PM as something different in this review than it was treated in the other review. I think that is what I heard as to why we're even going there with the PM 2.5 standard.
So just to be clear, that this recommendation is based on visibility, acceptable visibility, not based on acceptable ecological effects. Is that what I'm hearing? If so, I think it should be made clear that this is a visibility, a recommendation based on acceptable visibility. Because the whole document's about deposition and ecological effects. So to right at the very end, now just start talking about visibility just seems out of place.
So anybody on the panel want to try to give another perspective? Stephen?
Yeah, with all respect, Jim, I think secondary effects encompass all aspects of welfare, and one aspect of welfare is visibility. And I don't know that anybody's trying to make a connection of visibility to ecological, to effects on vegetation and deposition of materials to ecosystems. Those are two different aspects of secondary standards. I'm not privy, I don't remember how visibility got incorporated into this document, which was sulfur and nitrogen oxides and then PM. But once you get into PM, you're deep into visibility territory. So it's not justified in any way on the basis of deposition of sensitive ecosystems. It's just another ecological consequence of material in the atmosphere.
Okay, we have just a couple minutes left. I'm going to invite Charlie and then Judy and then Praveen to make some short comments on this. And then I think we need to circle back about next steps before tomorrow's meeting.
Yeah, I would just second that. I think visibility should be fine. It's a secondary effect. I think the challenge is, I think we should probably mention early in the document that EPA should have addressed visibility in their PA, and they ignored it. And so that provides the justification for us to address it in this section. So I'm all for this as long as we set it up so people are not confused as I was initially confused.
So
Yeah.
visibility was clearly already addressed in the PM reconsideration. I mean, there was a whole section of PA written on visibility. I mean, there was all the debate and deliberations on visibility for days. I mean, we already did this like a year ago. I mean,
So there's no reason why we can't address that. We will make sure to incorporate reference to that review and that previous document here. Praveen.
Yeah, I was going to say something what Rich said very clearly, and I wrote it down. He said if the benefits are there, why they have to be bifurcated? So I think connecting what Charlie said, we mentioned someplace that this document is going to look at one impact of visibility, but it should be here instead of, part of it was in the other document, part of it is here. So I think what Rich said made a lot of sense to me.
Can we ask EPA what the intention of this review is? Just to clarify.
With 4 minutes left, Jim, I will be happy to invite that, but we're going to not do that today. EPA, Jim has a request for you if you want to come up with comments on that tomorrow on the intent of the review and how we're supposed and whatever recommendation you want to give us about how we should be thinking about visibility. We would be happy to hear that at the beginning of the review of the discussion tomorrow. So we still have some deliberating to do on chapter 7. I was hoping we'd get through, we still have the total reactive nitrogen fraction, and we need to go back to the beginning of this also. Chapter 7 text, particularly, I think, page 27, the paragraph that starts on line 13. We did some editing of that, but also there's buried in that is the text about the deposition standards, and we have a proposal on the table from Alexander Panet-Gonzalez for some additional text that we need to figure out exactly where to place. We also need to reach consensus about how we're going to move forward with respect to chapter 6. And we had some text that on chapter 1 that we were going to come back to when Mark joined us. So those are all things we need to do tomorrow. Plus, we need to also deliberate on the letter. So if you were the lead on a chapter that has had some proposed edits, I would ask you if there's anything that you, in your judgment, is and it seems to me there are several places where this is the case, in your judgment, where there are things that need further deliberation. I would ask if you are at all able to put something in writing that you could share with Aaron and I before tomorrow's meeting. It will help us navigate. I'm finding that this has been an extremely challenging meeting to figure out how we're going to reach consensus on this document. And we only have 4 hours left. So I would ask people to help us figure out how we're going to do that. And as I said in the beginning of the meeting today, one of the things that we need to decide is whether we're going to ask for another draft of the policy assessment, which we haven't also taken on directly yet. So I see 2 hands up, Charlie and Jim.
Yeah, so we don't have to discuss my question now, but we can do it tomorrow because, Ivan and I are chapter leads for 4 and 5. So I sent in detailed comments, not only on my stuff on chapter 4, 5, but the whole entire document. So as we have to go back and revise these chapters, are we going to get the individual comments, and how do we address all the or is that something that you all have done ahead of time and we don't have to worry about that? So I just want to understand how we put this whole thing together, and you may not have decided, but it would be good if before we finish tomorrow, if we understood what our marching orders were, because I'm pretty confused about how to proceed.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of a lot of the details, I am also. So Aaron and I will put our heads together and see if we can make some clarity as far as things that you have submitted already. Anything that is wordsmithing type edits, they will be incorporated. Everybody will also, once we approve the draft report in spirit, everybody will have a chance to review and comment on the final changes. The key thing that is important after our meeting ends tomorrow is if we didn't deliberate on it in public, it can't go in the report. If we deliberated on it in public and we have the spirit of our changes understood, the exact details of how they get written can be sorted out after the meeting. So I hope that helps you understand how to move forward. And we can also make sure that if you need copies of anything, draft feedback, we can work on that as well. Any substantial comments were made in public, and so were provided as public comments already. And so the judgment has been that the other comments we've received are more on the realm of wordsmithing. Jim.
Oh, when you made the list of things that we still need to deliberate on, you did not mention the minority secondary recommendations. So I wanted to reiterate that I did provide a second recommendations that does not use the EAQ results. So I wanted to let people maybe look that over before tomorrow, and I would welcome feedback when I present them tomorrow.
Yes, I apologize, Jim, sorry, there's an echo that showed up. I apologize that I didn't mention the minority recommendations. I'm still hopeful that we can reach consensus. It's looking vanishingly possible, but it is still my hope that we can reach consensus. Any last comments, given we're a couple minutes after the hour? Okay, I think I turn it back to Aaron to recess us then.
Okay, we will meet back here again tomorrow, same time, 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. We'll see everyone tomorrow.